Okay, Mario, can you hear me? Mario, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I can. Sorry, I was. Is this the room? Am I in the right room?
Okay. Yeah. We are going to start in 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Because I mean, I was a bit confused. I thought there was also the book on Arab cinema going on now.
Hi, Mario.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I mean we should have started 11, but now we are a bit late. But now 5 minutes.
You're starting the book on Arab cinema now first. Only now.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Hi, Mario.
Hi, Daniel.
Talking.
We'll talk. And this, well, I can turn off my big head so it doesn't scare people away.
You're in Brussels.
Yeah, it's what's it called? The heat wave is starting again. But I guess not as bad as the one in Rome.
Is it hot?
No, I mean, but it should be next week. Should be like 30.
Okay, that's good.
30 something.
Do you have to upload something?
Yeah, I've got the PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay, that's yours. Okay. I mean, I can share your screen. Okay.
After this, so I have the time to do a hack. If that, how do you say? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I forget everything.
Always the same.
I will just say if that is
Yeah.
just the university.
Yeah.
Start in the big.
Yeah.
Have we started yet?
No, I don't think so.
You're not asking me.
Do you know what time we should
Have start.
Okay.
I think when people they just want to do blah blah.
Like,
We need that.
I think last day of the conference, everyone's like, "Who's not interested in it?" Is there a way that I can see, like, what the next slide is? Do you know how to? I don't know. It's okay. I'll just guess when I need to.
How was the rest of it?
It was nice. It was they just called out like trees. So like 5 minutes. They were like little types of different things. So it's nice. Are you saying you want to go back to?
No, I'm going back.
Oh, you're going back. I'm gonna stay for you. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm worried about this whole thing. It seems to be spreading it. Vacation. Yeah, yeah, please do.
It's not proper me. It's not like it's about everything together.
You should. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I'm so interested in like these ideas, like what are the framework? I don't know if that's what you're like for me. That's what research on this. What are the originality? Should I go with and it's so obvious. No one sees it. You can think about it. What am I measuring? Yeah, what were you thinking? Because no one's here.
I didn't know exactly if we take Toma so relying on something that were presented and also of ours. And I was thinking of the PNG. Because it's
Brainstorming.
What do you imagine? I don't know, something like that. Also, it's a meeting, they are some intermediate openings of the
Yeah, so they said, yeah, we should chat about it. Yeah, yeah. So what's your plans now? You go back to that and then
yes, that's why I'm focused next week I'm going to place.
yeah, many songs here. Oh yeah, yeah. It's really it's I think some
So hi again, everyone. We will now start this book presentation. This book does not exist for the moment. It's still under preparation. It's Cinema in the Arab World, New Histories, New Approaches by Yves El Saquet from the Netherlands Flemish Institute in Cairo, Daniel Bilteres from the University of Ghent, and Philip Mears from the University of Antwerp. I've prepared some questions, and I'm going to ask first one, which is actually on the tables of contents of this book, that seems to be the combination of two dynamics. The first one is, of course, cinema going as a social activity in the field of leisure. But there is also a second one, more inclusive. It's not only a book about new cinema history or new cinema histories, as the plural is chosen, but The book concerns also a wider range of cinema practices, especially in the production sphere. So shall we consider this book as a federative enterprise aiming to bring together everything that is not film analysis, actually, and theory, to say it quickly, as regards Arab-speaking territories? And I will follow up with the second question, so in order to leave the floor open then to you. At the beginning of the introduction, you ask a key question in the book's argument. This question is, what would happen if cinema scholars of the Arab world, and by this we mean broadly the Arab-speaking Middle East and diaspora, looked away from the screen? It's a very important question. So could you also develop on this and on the book's contribution to this issue?
Thanks so much for those questions, and thanks so much for showing up to hear us speak about this, our new book. So before I plunge into talking about the table of contents, I guess we'll say something a little bit about the genesis of the book and how it first sort of came to be. We've got like a, how do I? Yeah. So the origins of the book and the way that we came to actually work together was I was working on cinema in Egypt in the interwar period, and I was discovering all these really fantastic materials about audiences and about sort of debate around the cinema in the interwar period. And I found that I wasn't able to have a conversation with other people within Middle East studies about these sources. I didn't know where to put them. Because the focus in Middle East studies, and maybe we'll talk about this later, is really on film analysis. People are interested in, oh, there's this film made in 1953. What does it tell us about the politics of that particular moment? And so you say, oh, well, there's all these other things that I want to look at. But anyway, so then I discovered the works of Daniel and Philippe and other scholars in new cinema history. And then, yeah, the idea sort of expanded. I said, oh, well, has there been scholarship on this in Iraq? Has there been scholarship on this in Lebanon, in Palestine? Like, where else has this been happening? So we made a call to paper. We organized, I contacted both Daniel and Philippe, and they were very sort of interested to get involved. And we together organized a conference in Cairo. And then from that, that's where the book sort of emerges. So that's the cover of the book, coming out soon in January. With a nun, yeah. So everyone kind of sort of, yeah. So this cover is actually, it was a British photographer who traveled, she traveled in Lebanon. So this is a picture of Martyrs Square in Lebanon. This is one of the main cinemas in the square that's recently now a parking lot. It was demolished, I think, in the 90s. But we thought this was a great image to sort of like talk about the broader dynamics of cinema. So that's that. So this is sort of the table of contents. I don't know if you could see that, but the first part is really focused on historical analysis of film. So we've got works by Morgan. Morgan's chapter opens up the book. We've got scholars from, American studies, so who looked at American sources, British and French colonial sources, in order to excavate the history of sort of distribution and exhibition and audiences in the Arab world. We also have, cinema going in early Egypt, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the first one. And then the second one, we shift to a more contemporary period, looking at sort of film distribution in the Arab world. Now, there's also two interviews with people within the industry. We thought that was really important to be able to sort of speak to industry people about questions on the politics of distribution, but also the politics of infrastructure in the Arab world as well. and how that affects cinema screenings and exhibitions and things like that. So that's the summary of the book. And then I think we just wanted to sort of place it in context. There is an increase in interest in this area, but again, using those American sources or, for example, in the Hollywood films in North Africa and the Middle East, really important work on distribution that really has not been done. And then you've got like another book with a very similar title to ours that sort of picks at some of the ideas that we were doing. But I think what makes our book a little bit different is that we really wanted to hone in on the idea that we are not interested in film analysis, that we're really looking at honing into, okay, so if we were going to shift our attention away from the screen, what does that tell us about method? And it raises questions as to why, you know, what would happen if we shift away from, you know, if we shift away from the screen. I could go on, but like I wanted to like, sorry, see if you wanted to like add anything.
Two very recent publications. One of them having not completed, but quite the similar title as our book. So cinema off, and we have in the Arab world. But it just shows that there is a sort of a dynamic on the topic and in the field on, let's say, exploring the different aspects of cinematic culture and the history of cinematic cultures.
Okay, so in terms of then what would happen, so what happened when we asked scholars to look away from the screen? And I think essentially, as I said before, this is an image of a cinema in Bethlehem, I think in the 1940s, and there's a poster of an Egyptian film showing there. But what would happen is that, again, it would allow a space to talk about theory and method of doing this sort of study. And it would really allow us to say, it would allow us to disentangle cinema history from film history. I think there's still a tendency to, for example, in a Middle East Studies conference, to be like, oh, put the cinema people together. You know, and so you have someone doing like a Deleuzian analysis with someone who's doing an economic history of distribution together on the same panel, but they're asking completely different questions. So it's really about disentangling those two aspects. I think it would also allow us, like a lot of you do, it would give us a better understanding of social and historical dynamics of cinema, of memory, of leisure, a better understanding of the production, distribution, and censorship. And we really get a better understanding of also how contemporary production and distribution and exhibition works. And also I think what's really important, and again, we'll probably discuss this later about in terms of like why there hasn't been such a huge studies on this in the Arab world, is that I think it will give us also an avenue to look at alternative histories of the Arab world, of leisure, of pleasure, which often get sidelined for bigger meta-narratives of politics and conflict and security and all of these sorts of topics that get funded by universities, but this sort of stuff doesn't. So I think it will just open up just a whole world of leisure and pleasure as well. So that's, sorry.
No, maybe just adding that for me, and I think I can speak for Daniel as well, that it was an incredible adventure and a learning process. We learned a lot because we had no experience in the Arab world. Well, I had done some work in Palestine, but that's years ago and not on film history. So for us, it was the invitation of Ifdal was very, very welcome. We have experience working in Latin America, but the Arab world was a new dimension that opened up. Not only, I think, for us adding geographical areas to the insights or the studies of new cinema history, but also seeing how, what Ifdal said, method, concept, etc., are challenged by looking at another part of the world.
Yeah, maybe just to add, because to be honest, I'm not an expert, of course, of Arab cinema, not at all. And yeah, it has been an invitation, and as Philip said, it was an opportunity to challenge our ideas about the different aspects, the different practices of cinema culture. So if you refer to and also refer to Lisa Gittelman, there's a protocol, and we think there is a model, and in this model of cinema going as we conceive it, from a Eurocentric perspective, there are different practices of queuing, of paying, of a certain building, brick, etc. And I think this is a great opportunity, similarly as it was in the Latin American experience, where all those practices within this protocol of cinema culture were, well, there was a question mark each time on each level of those practices. And then another more personal thing, and I'll take this for my own. It's also about the curiosity of me getting bored of doing particular things, restlessness, and I just this morning, when I was thinking about the question you were going to raise about why are you involved in this, were you involved in this project, I just was thinking about a quote by the French Algerian singer, painter, sculptor, composer, etc. Marcel Moulouchi, you probably know him. And at the end of his life, someone asked him, why did you do all those things? And he said, well, my life is a chaos, and it's about encounters, about meeting people, about being enthusiastic. And so Moulouchi met big writers, great writers, Prévert, etc. But he said, well, in fact, it's about the women I met, and those changed my life. I only refer to Moulouchi for the last part, but it's about this restlessness and curiosity and invitation.
Okay, so thanks for your answers and developments. We started discussing on it, but I wanted to stress and ask you the question formally. What would happen if new cinema history scholars looked more attentively than they are currently doing on the Arab world, which was not really present in this conference, for instance? And what would the extensive research on these territories bring to new cinema historiography? Because you started, of course, but it's ce n'est qu'un début, as we say in French.
Yeah, I mean, I think we touched on it. So this idea of sort of I mean, I use this word very loosely, but this de-Europeanize or de-Americanize the scholarship by looking at another case study. As I said, I use these terms very loosely. But also I think like a really fundamental and perhaps really obvious contribution is the use of Arabic sources. And so, just kind of going to a lot of the panels here about, particular stars or a particular sort of distribution network, I always wonder, well, what does the Arabic sources say about this? What are the, can we find this in Arabic? Because that will just open up so much. Cairo in the Arab world was Cairo particularly, was such a hub for, for cinema circulation and cinema cultures, and also the circulation of stars. I mean, Hollywood stars constantly visited Cairo in the 20s, and they were front page news. Mary Pickford and Charlie Chaplin were just, people loved these actors, and so yeah, I think that's probably my 2 cents.
And adding to that, there are of course chapters in the book that don't use Arabic sources, or very few, but then we try to be very conscious, and the authors themselves, the contributors, try to be very conscious of what this implies for their analysis, because there are, for instance, chapters based on mainly French language newspapers or English language sources. So the first step is to become aware of that fact, and then the second step, of course, is having scholars dive into these sources. And comparing to Latin America, at least for us, it was more of a challenge because for Latin America, I mean, Spanish, some of us do speak Spanish, but the language barrier is definitely a limit.
Maybe just one thing to add is that one of the things that the book, well, not let's say brings forward, but just illustrates, is that ideas of imperialism, of colonialism, that we need to get further. That this is certainly not a bipolar process. That it's much more complicated as a process. That the entanglement have different perspectives. And so, for instance, there's one chapter on an entrepreneur from Algiers who goes to France and becomes one of the real big, not only French, but international distributors. And for instance, he also worked at an office, a very important office, distributing office in Brussels. So, and so this is really turning around those ideas that often well, are about well, the relationship between Europe, France, Britain, and the colonies. So it's really turning around those fluxes.
So you are also using the notion of new Arab cinema history. So I wonder, really, honestly, if it's tricky actually to circumscribe new cinema history approaches to geographical, linguistic, cultural zones. And should we also talk about new Latin America cinema history or new Ottoman cinema history? You see, and finally, where are we going in this case?
No, you are totally right with your challenging question, and in a way, of course, it is how academia works, and it's a rhetorical exercise in positioning an array of work that has common features into the field. So I think that the main interest for us to bring together, and definitely for Ibdal, who was working on this specific or using this specific approach, is to see, okay, how can we create a dynamic, a community of scholars that sometimes don't know about each other, as we have experienced at several HoMER conferences over the years, people coming saying, oh, nice, I meet people here who are doing the same stuff, and in my university there's nobody doing it. So I think it's more about the creating the dynamic to let the field grow, than about like putting everything in boxes. Because of course, and as for the new Latin American cinema history would be a very confusing title, because new Latin American cinema is a canonical concept in itself, but new Arab cinema is also a canonical concept in itself. So I wouldn't be blinded by the, like, it's not we don't have a map and try to colonize or invade every different region. I think it's more about sharing the enthusiasm about an approach, and which is a collaborative approach. The collaborative approach, which is also something that could be quite new for certain approaches that are very traditionally film studies oriented, film studies oriented. So it's not a, let's say, a division of the world. It's more about clustering researchers and research to give it another dynamic. But feel free to.
Just to add again, a quite subjective interpretation. No, just gathering all the people in Cairo, in this wonderful institute, in this wonderful island, in the middle of Cairo, just bringing together people with different backgrounds has been, well, there was a real power, a strong power, and the willingness to go a step further. So I was really fascinated by this atmosphere, what is also part of the HoMER environment.
And at the same time, most of the people that were in Cairo did not identify as new cinema history scholars. They came from all kinds of disciplines and backgrounds, but they were intrigued, let's say.
So I wanted to ask a question to Ivdal and then to open the discussion to everybody, because I had also prepared a question for Daniel and Philip, but they already answered it. So it's perfect. Like,
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's perfect like that. So we have time to open a bit the discussion. Okay, Ivdal, she did her PhD on Egypt. And actually, you were telling me that, well, archives are unreachable there. And so I wanted to see how did your research evolve with this, thanks to this book. Also, what about actually your understanding of the Egyptian case study in comparison with this regional environment, and actually also how you started with national cinema history perspective to open this to something that, well, unsettled the frame of national cinema, as you mentioned it in the introduction.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let me have a look what we've got here. We kind of made this, yeah, so that's what we were supposed to be saying. All right, let me just see, just so that you guys can, yeah, I mean, as you were saying, I mean, I'll touch on the idea of the lack of archives, which is why there's such a lack of perhaps scholarship on this topic. There is no Cimatech. I mean, there is a small private apartment that is run with like some foreign funding, but it's like a private collection of someone who collected some stuff. So there's no real state archive with film related things. Let me just, and so also what I said before, yeah, so a lack of archives, a lack of interest in academia to questions of leisure, but also, I mean, we have to think about in a lot of places in the Arab world, conflict and wars, you know, impact research and deprioritize some of these sorts of topics that we think about. So I just, yeah, just quickly going through these. So there's archives, neglect, political context. There's no interest in maintaining sort of cinematic heritage. This is an old summer cinema, open air cinema in Cairo that's just been completely left for the weeds to grow over it. This is the state of some of the paper markets. So people really like, you know, enthusiasts go down to the market and just pick through this stuff just to be like, here's a receipt from the exhibitor from 1963, and just sort of collect stuff. So these are some of the documents that they found, you know, dealing with actor costs, how much it costs to hire certain actors, you know, the cost of filming in Lebanon in '68. This is an archive that Morgan and me are desperate to try to get our hands on, but it's just not open to researchers. So this is personal collections of people. This is cinemas in Yemen. Again, no interest in looking at cinema like histories of Yemen, but there is a cinema history, you know, another one in Yemen and in Homs in Syria. So in terms of the way that then you know, the way that I've been enriched by doing this particular book is not only do I get the sort of insights of new cinema historian, and I love coming to HoMER because I get all these sort of interesting comparative idea, case studies that I can then sort of think about my work. But also it's sort of, as Egyptian history has been historically nationalist. And so whatever happened before a particular date, which is the date that the like a nationalist narrative tells us that that's the first film, because there's also a debate about what the first film was. In fact, the first film was made in 1923 by an Italian guy, Victor Rossetto, and he was born and raised in Cairo, but he had Italian heritage and he had an Italian passport. He was so it was foreigners in Egypt used to have a special status, so you can keep your Greek or Italian passport, but you were born and raised in the country. So he was one of those, but in a lot of nationalist sort of discourse, he's not even mentioned as the first guy because he's not seen as Egyptian. So then it starts, cinema history starts in like late 1920s when the first, person who is considered Egyptian, produced a film. And so these sorts of like new cinema history approaches then says, well, what's happening before that? And we know that there was cinema screenings in 1896, and we know that there was cinema that was completely sort of overtook leisure activities throughout the early 20th century. Like the main newspaper, for example, Al Ahram in Cairo, by 1923 had an entire page just dedicated to like Hollywood news and also just like what's being showing. And this is the major newspaper that's quite conservative, to have like an entire page on page 2 of cinema cinema sort of news, means that this was a huge sort of it's a huge leisure. So that's one thing that sort of, it allows us to see before the nationalist narrative begins. And also, for example, people like Morgan's work shows us that Egyptian cinema was traveling in so many places, but then Morgan's work looks at the way that the French authorities sort of sometimes obstructed the showing of these films. We know that the French also obstructed the showing of these films in Syria. So why? So suddenly these films have a life of their own in other political contexts. And so it sort of problematizes and sort of expands the sort of the field a little bit more. There's also a chapter on Indian cinema or Hindi films in Egypt, which were huge. And again, this destabilizes our understanding of the 60s in Egypt, because the 60s are seen as this kind of radical sort of socialist, everyone's going to see Soviet films. They weren't. They were going to see Hindi films, and the government was really annoyed. So there was all these policies sort of put in place to try to stop people from watching sort of these films. So yeah, these are the sort of things that sort of destabilize these big narratives. Yeah.
So we open the discussion. We have time for one or two quick questions, or maybe Morgan, you want to say something? You were.
Yeah, definitely. There's my chapter that looks at oral histories, because it's again, because there was just a lack of, you go searching for all these sorts of things, and then you but also, I mean, oral history sort of, again, it sort of reveals so much about the leisure practices of 1960s Caireans and Alexandrians, which is what I focused on. But yeah, definitely oral histories should be a thing.
No, I'm just thinking about what also Daniel mentioned, flow studies. There's lots of studies on the unilateral from center to periphery. There's a whole literature in media and communication studies on this. And some of the studies in the book show how it's not a reversal, it's not a counterflow, but that it's way more complex than we think, or that the classical analyses think it is. So you need to go in detail. You need to go to other sources, and then you can construct more complex, more nuanced flow maps, or and which are in a way regional, because maybe I downplayed too much in my previous answer the fact of working in regions, because the concept of geolinguistic region is an issue. There is a discourse in academia in regional studies and on what the impact is of a shared linguistic cultural context. So that's a nuance for my previous answer, but I think the example of a very detailed empirical mapping of flows, and not the general data on so many movies in this country, so many in that country, that it comes up with fresh perspectives.
But it's also, I mean, we use sources, I mean, at least in Middle East studies that would not traditionally be looked at by cinema studies people. And so when you say to someone, oh, I'm going to the British Archives, oh, what are you studying? You're going to study? Oh, cinema. So it's almost like that's, and also, sorry, yeah.
Yes, we don't have more time, unfortunately. So I know that John, Aisha maybe had questions. There are questions in the chat, but well, I don't know if because there is a second book presentation now. So yes, we are running very late. So thank you very much, and we are all looking forward to reading.
Hi, Mario. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, how are you? Mario, sorry, I don't see Paul Moore. Do you know if is him available?
He should be. Let me see.
Sorry, I can hear you well. I can hear you. Yeah?
Can you hear me?
No.
No?
Now, yeah. Everybody can hear you, even me. So
Okay. Then let me send an email to, because maybe he was.
please send him an email, because I don't know why he should be here. online, I mean.
Yeah, maybe the problem is everything was late for half an hour and he might have gotten confused.
Probably, I don't know. So, okay, if not,
Let me
we'll just do it with you, but let's wait for a minute for him. Thank you.
Okay.
Message.
Just wait because Daniel is also here, so I will ask him for.
Yeah, I'm writing him. Let's go in further. Where is this? This one, blah, blah. Yeah. Well, I sent him the message now. Because I don't know, there were just two links. Maybe he was trying to log in on the other one where.
Maybe because we are running late and Paul isn't there. Maybe Mario, you just can present the book and.
I can present the book and say a few words based on the questions that Paul sent us.
Yeah. Okay. Can you start the presentation, Mario?
Please,
I mean, I can. It's a matter of waiting.
Mario, can you?
I mean, I can start it if you want to go.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let me then start this. So this. Let me share. Okay, here it is then. This is a little kind of a context for the book that has appeared now approximately a month ago, co-edited by Daniel and me. Paul is one of the contributors. He should have been here. We'll see what happened. Maybe he shows up. I sent him an email now. This is how the cover looks like. And here you can have it. In fact, this one managed to appear. So we were quite happy with the kind of illustration that Valentin Robert came up with for her piece on Dante's Infernum. And well, you know, I think it worked out well. The nice kind of colors that fit across. But enough about the kind of graphic design. Let me just tell you a few words about how this started to be. Much like the previous book, it was also kind of started from I mean, previous book, the one on Arab cinema that was not discussed, it also started from a conference. This was something funded by the Daniel's Dicis project, also my project, funded by the what's called the Marie Curie Fellowship through European Commission and Horizon. So what essentially the idea was to have a kind of a conference that was held in November in 2018 in Ghent, so almost now 4 years. So obviously it takes 3.5 years to get a book published from having a conference. So essentially 4 years from having a conference call. So the call itself originally kind of revolved around these questions of attraction and narration debate. So essentially, this question in early cinema, for how long and to what extent can we really describe early cinema mainly in terms of attractions as opposed to you know, this kind of a germination of narrative cinema that we're now so familiar with and that we keep spending most of our times, most of our leisure time on. Now we had a healthy 60 submissions and about then 25 presentations. And if anybody is interested, there are still keynotes by André Gaudreau and Charlie Kyle online on YouTube that are linked. Now, this is how the conference schedule looked like for these 2 days. We had, as you can see, reasonable 1.5 hour breaks for lunch. So I think everybody was happy. Talking a bit more precisely about the aims of the book now, essentially now after the conference was completed, there was an idea, to select approximately, let's say, half of the publications there, especially given that the last compendium on early cinema already at that point was approximately 10 years old. So this was this book edited by Gaudreau, among others. There was a book even earlier, I believe from 2006, the Van der Strauwen's one on cinema of attractions reloaded. That's already by now 15 years old. Even older is the Encyclopedia of Early Cinema, and the readers essentially, and not to speak of the original Elsasser's edited volume from 1990. So all these things, have at least a decade and a half since there has passed considerable amount of time, and we thought our book might serve as a kind of yet another stab at this kind of a compendiums in early cinema. Now, what we also try to do in the introduction is to give a kind of a proper overview of the state of the art, kind of trying to figure out what, let's say, were the biggest development in early cinema studies in the last decade, and we agreed on things like digitalization, the expansion of the kind of a geographical coverage, and the expansion of essentially coverage along the lines of, let's say, gender and ethnicity. And perhaps most importantly, what we kind of tried to do was really kind of present this edited volume as a call to a, let's say, stronger theoretical engagement with early cinema. So the idea was that when this kind of early studies of early cinema potently got off the ground, let's say in the 80s and the early 90s, we believe that these studies were as invested in kind of a theoretical considerations of what this early cinema might be, in this kind of a recognition of the early cinema's authority, as much as in kind of historical research. And our impression was that perhaps in the last 10 years, while the study of early cinema has undeniably greatly expanded, the focus has shifted much more towards historical work, which again, there is nothing wrong in itself. We're not saying something like that. We're just saying that that this is a kind of this was a stab at trying to again try to push the pendulum a bit more in the direction of trying to think about again what challenges does early cinema cause, not only for our kind of historiographies, but also for our kind of theoretical thinking and for methodologies of how to go through this, how to figure out this period up to approximately 1915, 1918, depending on how you define it. So this was also then the reason why we organized the book in these 3 sections as we did. The first section really focuses on kind of concepts and theories and tries to provide some kind of novel concepts through which we could think through the early cinema period. The second section investigates a bit of this, let's say, potential new methods that can be applied in the study of early cinema, and potential different sources that we might try to build on. And lastly, there is this, we can call it kind of the bread and butter section of early cinema, something that might be closest to HoMER. So this kind of a detailed analysis of specific historical specific kind of examples of movie going, of exhibition, of reception. Something that, for instance, Daniel has done a great job, and he has spoken about this in his own talk on the fire, on a illusory fire in a small town in Belgium. So this is how the kind of of the book looks like. If anybody is interested, there are 35% of flyers that can be sent out. But more importantly, if I guess Paul were to be here, he would ask us the question of, what is this, let's say, new thing in new perspectives on early cinema. So I might, maybe I should wrap up on that note to try to kind of, let's say, give you an idea of what might that be. And essentially what that might be is, beyond, let me stop sharing here, beyond a sort of, let's say, marketing ploy for you to get, to buy the book, and for the libraries to buy the book. The idea is, well, first of all, clearly, there are novel, historical subjects that have not been broached in detail. Again, we've already, Daniel has already presented. If Paul was here, he would say something about his study on Archie Shepherd. So somebody that has been kind of written out of history, yet was extremely important in the early kind of, let's say, distribution and advertisement of narrative cinema. And the way that the narrative cinema was presented as a kind of a sensational affair on its own. But again, also, to return to this idea that, at least in our kind of estimate, that early cinema in the last, let's say, decade or so has a bit, stagnated, comparatively stagnated a bit when it comes to its theoretical commitments. And what wanted to draw attention again, that this is, the study of this early cinema might again be less a matter of, or at least a matter of missing archive, as it is a matter of, trying to find theoretical concepts and methodology to, articulate a radically different form of cinema to what we are accustomed to. So essentially, when people started kind of looking at what early cinema is, it really raised a number of questions that are theoretical at its core, and I think questions like, what is a film text? Is it a single unit called, the arrival of a train that we might think of it, or is it really, the screening, the kind of the 10 to 15-minute presentation of 10 to dozen films streamed at a loop that you would, enter, and without, you wouldn't know when it really started, when it really ended. Things like, when can we really say that the early cinema begins, what are the really relevant genealogies to study early cinema? What are the relevant, competing, relevant, not competing, but more adjacent cultural series, so a range of these kind of questions that we're all again trying to draw our attention to. So I guess I can stop my babbling at this point, and perhaps if there are any questions we can take those. I can repeat some of Paul's questions if there are none. But yeah, please, maybe Daniel also wants to say a few words.
Thanks, Mario. I'm not Paul, of course, but just maybe a few thoughts about why I was interested. Of course, I will not tell the story again of opportunities and Muluji, etc. But I was really interested in joining Mario's idea of having a conference, bringing it together, because for the last 10 years, there have been really interesting developments. For instance, think of the work on Asta Nielsen, programming, traces of audiences there, exhibition, research, etc. And I was also working for a bigger project on censorship and disciplining of cinema in Belgium on the pre-war period, and where I found a lot of traces that were telling something about audience activities, practices, etc. And yeah, I gave this talk about one fire or an illusion of a fire, and I was struck that when looking for literature in this vivid field of early cinema studies, it's a really vivid field with their own conferences, their own network organization, Domitor, that, for instance, work on real audiences was really missing. If you look at the encyclopedia by Richard Abel, Encyclopedia of Early Cinema, the fires, for instance, were mentioned, but there was no lemma on fire. I didn't understand. If you look at what they talk about, how they talk about audiences, okay, 10 years ago in this encyclopedia, it was more about spectators, so filmic, textually constructed spectatorship, etc. So I think we have a few contributions which really go into real audiences, flesh and blood audiences, at least trying to find traces of those. And this was why I was involved. I know that I'm monopolizing this session. Okay. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for presenting the book, and despite the long delay and the not having everyone present, but it was really nice to get an idea of what this is about. But I think we'll stop here and perhaps
Have a nice lunch.
Okay, thank you very much to everybody for still being here. So we're on the last day, very happy to have this conference and also to have these closing remarks on what has been the conference, but also kind of the history of HoMER, of the network in terms of the methodologies, in terms of theories, and also in terms of how the projections for the future are and the integration of different regions of the world, something that you already discussed with the presentation of the books and probably with many panels. So welcome to all the members, many of them founding members of the HoMER networks. We have Daniel Biltres, who is a professor in film and media history at Ghent University, Philip Mears, professor of film and media studies at the University of Antwerp, Clara Pafford Overdoing, who's a lecturer in Utrecht University in network and researcher and also founding member of the HoMER network, and Melisande Leventopoulos, who is a lecturer at the University of Paris, 8 in France, and she is in delegation during the year 29-22 at the French School of Athens in Greece. Yeah. So thank you very much all for sharing this closing reflection and your presentations about the HoMER network and the projects. I will give you the floor to Daniel. Yeah? No, to Philip first.
Yeah, thanks, Philip. Yeah, it's a great, great summary already. What struck me really, and I think it's one of the reasons why I am with HoMER, is that I see more and more projects coming that are collaborating, even from different universities, different countries, trying to compare stuff. It was one of when HoMER was sort of born, I was there as well, and one of my first working together was with John, because he was doing something that I was looking for and I didn't know how to solve this question. So very often you meet other scholars at conferences, but I think especially at HoMER conferences, that people are solving sort of problems for you or have thought of solving a problem in a certain way. And I think that's very important. And I think from what's very important for me is that, at HoMER, you meet people, you start talking to people, and then people start writing an article together. Someone is organizing a workshop, and that's becoming more and more common. So I see, I'm thinking of, Alejandro, hello, the World War II workshop, that's one example stemming from people just starting doing something, and then something more evolves. And now we have many presentations here, many panels that are interrelated. So, and it was even so, I talked to James Burns, I think he's not here, but he was saying, yeah, but I'm alone. I'm, and I said, well, hook up with someone. I mean, because that's what HoMER is about. And, yeah, sorry, maybe but that's how you do, just do something. Because and maybe from another department or whatever, doesn't matter. But sorry now. But I think the fact that he was saying that, we all started out alone, and now it's the other way around. And I think that's important for HoMER. So I'm always very passionate about collaborations and working together. And I'm really very happy that I saw many of these. I see it materializing more and more. So that was, it's more to say, but I stop here.
Thank you very much, Clara.
Okay, maybe we should start by saying a big thanks to a few people. So Damiano, Valerio, Asa, of course, and Maria, and then the conference organizing committee. So reflecting a bit on what I think was, again, an incredibly interesting and rich conference with excellent keynote, excellent papers, innovative research. But reflecting on what we're doing, I'm sorry, but I had the sort of a metaphor, an image of what we are, and I think we are. And the image, the metaphor that comes to my mind, is the one of the Milky Way. Milky Way of research, loosely structured, lack of center, chaotic. But I think we're going into a certain direction. I don't know which one, but the chaos is complete. So I'm not going to talk about chaos theory, but in terms of if I see what happened during this conference and also in the previous conferences, in terms of the aspects of the cinematic cultures, there were great papers on exhibition, of course, on specific venues, on change of venues, on of course, programming, on audiences, of course, on films and directors. And I'm referring to one panel and paper I missed on Bergman. So, but there is a certain return, luckily, of the author, the film. Also in terms of methodologies, a qualitative methodology from an outside perspective. It's a chaotic thing with people using economic methodologies, others working on audiences, memory studies, field work, participatory ethnography, etc., etc. In terms of time, all areas, all periods were there, but also people work on one event, I did, but others on a longitudinal perspective. In terms of geography, a single venue, a neighborhood, a city, a nation, state, transnational entanglement. I think about this morning's panel. Comparative work, ECAS, great work, of course, others. So a lot of, let's say, only from the geographical perspective, the media. So I thought that we were working on film, cinema, but there was a very interesting, really fascinating paper by Asa and Jono on television. I would never have expected, but of course there is this also this dialogue with television. And for instance, what they showed and was that we really need to deconstruct the opposition between TV, television, and cinema, and that the practices of cinema and television, which are very different, well, people can combine them, and so I think that this is really was a really great paper questioning our cinema centrism. And then of course also in terms of concepts, we use concepts from very different perspectives, but I will come back on this. So we are a very loose thing, and I must say that I stole the idea of the Milky Way from an interview I did last year in the context of a European project in which I'm involved, and I was working on a series of interviews with people, stakeholders in the European film market. And one of my interviewees, great exhibitor, so he was president of the European Association of Art House Cinemas, and he said, well, when I'm talking to the policymakers, European policymakers, they would like that we in Europe have a sort of copy of Hollywood, multimedia, big, strong, vertically integrated companies, but we are different. We are Europe, so we are a Milky Way of small exhibitors, small distributors, small producers, and this is how we are. We are small firms, small anyway, small companies, initiatives, very flexible. And I also, well, I was thinking, and I'm just looking at Pierre, looking at well, how we as Europeans, and well, this is very Eurocentric, I know. But for instance, the beverage industry, the big beverage industry, we have big companies, but there is also the wine industry, where there are thousands of very small initiatives, and this is where it happens, I think. Anyway, I'm a wine drinker, I know, but so this idea of the Milky Way is very interesting, and we can look at it from an external perspective, and then it is very complex because we have no center, we have no focus, there is no guidance. It's a loose structure, but from the inside, we know what it is. It is about an atmosphere, but it is also about a particular way of looking at cinema cultures. And then I'm running over time.
That's okay.
Yeah. So I'm just going to have an anecdote after the keynote, Anna's keynote. I talked with John, and John said, well, excellent keynote, really great conceptually, etc. But I was struck by one photo at the end of the presentation where people are queuing. And from John's perspective, sorry, John, from John's perspective, those people were queuing, well, just to buy a ticket. So this is an economic perspective. And I answered, no, these people were queuing because they are constructing memories so that we can analyze them. No, it's a joke completely. No, but the cinematic experience is so complex. And I think this is the core of what we're doing. Having a dialogue among disciplines, among perspectives, to understand cinematic practice, cinematic experience, etc. Now, let me come up with a few final thoughts on and I have stolen many of those ideas. I think that well, there have been many innovations and new perspectives, but I think there are a few that we could develop more. For instance, referring to the television cinema dialogue and interconnections, etc. I think we need to think about intermedia more. Intermedia, and then, for instance, about music. And I'm stealing this from Isa, just a few an hour ago, that we also need to think more and do more about music and how music, in the silent era especially, how music domesticated also foreign films, for instance, and so domesticating experiences, etc. And also one thing that I think we should delve into more, I think, is really the imaginative power of cinema. We have been interviewing people a lot on how they buy a ticket, how they choose, how they go, with whom they go, but the power of film in how they look differently to the world. And so really this imaginative power, I think this is, and how maybe it changed their lives. And here I refer to a great idea that Anna had in her talk about the other educator. Cinema was certainly another educator, a place, a space where people saw different worlds. And so it was another school, an incredibly lively, nice school to have another worldview. And then maybe at the end, what I think is that from the outside perspective, and this is a real challenge, how are we perceived? And I think we are perceived often as, let's say, data omnivores. We have a lot of empirical work, and we try to do more conceptual work. And I think, and I have here a notebook with concepts, I think, where we really make a difference. I think after 15 years, I don't know how long, that we have been organizing HoMER conferences, we have been, well, let's say, accumulating a lot of data. And I think at one time, I don't say that we need to come to a conclusion, but that we need to, as each discipline at some point needs to grow, that we need to think about, well, what is the cinema as an experience? What are the different issues? How different is it queuing in Arabic countries, in Europe, etc. So we need to come to some form of accumulation, sort of a dialectical well, statement about, and then deconstruct, etc. And also conceptually, I think we have developed really great concepts. And if we want to be taken seriously, I think we need to delve more into, well, thinking about how and what kind of new concepts have we been developing. And we have. I have a notebook here. Okay. Thank you.
May I just say, after all these years hearing you talk, I've never heard you speak so eloquently, so passionate, and it's enough to bring tears to the eyes. It's beautifully done.
Thank you. Was I quoting you correctly? Yeah, sure.
So now everybody is just starving, so I will be very quick. But well, my idea was just to have a look to the position of new cinema history within the transnational epistemological turn, because actually, well, until a few years ago, we had remained totally aloof of it, and progressively something is happening. Of course, well, Domitor has been pioneering in that with also this important contribution of Gunning, of Delman and Kessler more recently. And well, during these days, I've heard a lot of inventive, collective, and individual research and various ways to apprehend global, regional, local, cross-border dynamics that were really here. Of course, well, I could continue with relying on Philip and saying, well, about this decentralization process that is progressing, but still
Still there.
there is still a lot of work to do, yes. And the territorial coverage is imperfect. But the important thing to me, for me to point out is that I feel that now, because actually transnational issues were at the heart of this conference, call for paper, is actually how do we work more systematically on this, and how do we try to conceptualize this? Because I feel that, well, there is, for instance, for history, we don't have really clear epistemological ties with transnational global history. We're just doing transnational history like that, and I figure that it's, I don't know, important for us, and also a bit trendy. So, but we don't conceptualize, we don't. So I think that it's a step that it's important now to follow. And so I would like just to ask you all a question, because we had decided to open with questions, and it's what should be the topic of the next HoMER conference, because we didn't discuss it during the annual meeting, and it's important.
Okay, that's an open question. So yeah. Yeah, and I just want to add some these conversations that you had outside the informal spaces of the conference, because yesterday we had, I think they are not here, maybe Ainamar is here, and Dalila also suggested about something about gender work that is very important and was not mentioned here, but it's also a transversal line. I don't know if Maria Paz is here, because Maria Paz also was mentioning and working, in fact, about transversal contents, not only from regional clusters, but also how these transversal concepts. So as we try to do it with bordering, but I don't know if it works really well, this conference about the concept of cross-bordering, but this conversation is open, as Melisande said, to all of us. What could be this transversal or integration or less clustered projects that we can produce together? So the floor is open for if you want to participate, and if not, we can just have lunch. Any contribution or question? Okay, just.
I didn't know about the gender discussion, but it seems a very important step also. So maybe that's the
Yeah. And also an open invitation for the future emails, not more forward emails. If you wanna nominate yourself for the committee of the conference, that will be important. If you wanna discuss some specific topic, Daniel was talking about intermedia, for example. I was talking with Ana Rosa about the concept of mediations that we have worked a lot in Latin America, but maybe also in other regions of the world. So that will be really, really great to hear more about the suggestion about possible future topics for the conference. Yeah.
Can I talk about something else? Okay. Yeah, sorry. Thinking about, couldn't come up with the words. But, you know, when we talk about languages, one of the sort of, it's not a big, yeah, it is a problem maybe. Yeah, is the language and accessibility of publications in different languages. So we discussed this also beforehand, and because some of the sources I just can't read because they are in a language I don't, I cannot speak. But I thought there are many more people who have this problem, you know. So when I go through, I just counted very quickly, and 20% is just of a different language, right? And most of it is all in English. So I thought, can we, as HoMER, as HoMER, we want to facilitate that we have this exchange, that we can compare, you know, like you were translating the Italian interviews also into English. So it's accessible, not just for Italians, but also for English speaking people. And I was thinking again about DeepL, you know, the translation program that Joseph Garngarts is recommending all the time. And I started using it quite often, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice as HoMER to sort of create some place, and I don't know in what form, but maybe other people would like to think about it with me, and to have some translations of your work that are sort of, you know, how do you call that, curated by the author themselves, you know, so that it's not, you know, you have a translation and someone is going through it, say, okay, yes, this is okay, this is not rubbish, or something like that. If we could pull that off, and if we could have some, I mean, there are many, I think, publications, you were referring to Spanish, I think, Latin America, but also Portuguese, Turkish, I saw many Turkish, but Italian, I mean, many different languages. It would be great if we could access them, and because that would facilitate the exchange, and also the other way around. So if someone is interested in thinking about this, how we can do it, then send me an email. And I create a working group. Yeah.
I wanted also to say that one important issue about languages and translations are the translation of sources.
Yeah.
And we could also try, but I don't know how, to work together and exchange at least some yes, ideas on how can we work on because it's open up a lot of research perspectives when you are not stuck by your own language capacity. So
True, it's true. And also the importance I was going to mention sometimes of the pre-constituted panel. So you put one with different researchers as well. And that's very interesting because you have more structured knowledge in that way, because you have time to prepare and to make this comparison with time, let's say that. So, yeah. Sorry, yes.
can I just have not a final but a thought? And it's not to promote my Milky Way metaphor, but sponsoring. So I think that the Milky Way has been growing, but we have also seen a few stars leaving. And I really would like to have among us here people like Richard Malby, Bobby Allen, and a few others, real stars. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's a nice final talk because there is also like a tradition of HoMER that was there, and also it's also contributing to some of the thinking that we can add to that tradition, and also of course transform it. Okay, I think with these words we can also
Yeah, for instance, it would be well. There is the Amsterdam 2006 conference. It's already Karel Diebet, but it's 15, 16 years ago. So it would be very. So we have a whole trajectory. It would be nice to have those people reflecting upon what we've done, but we can invite them keynote or whatever. It's a financial issue as well. I know.
Yeah, we can have a trans conference. Why not? Okay, so thank you very much for to everybody, and see you in the next session. So we're going to have them, and we will come back for the next session. Which will take place in this classroom. No, Daniela, are we going to start at 2? No, or yes, I don't know. Yes, you wish. Okay, 2:15. Okay.
Belgica first and European cinema audiences. I think this is really the very first time we're launching the European Cinema Audiences digital archive. So obviously we are super excited to do that. Daniel and Philip will talk about Cinema Belgica. I will take you through the European cinema audiences, and then we'll have a little break. We might change things around a bit. And then I am really, really pleased to have our two wonderful colleagues from Digital Humanities Institute at the University of Sheffield that have been working alongside and putting up with us for over 3 years on the project, Mike Pitt and Mark Groves, that are going to talk about cinema histories. We are really excited to talk about that because I think it's our way of connecting projects, and it's one way. I think we've looked over the last few days of other ways. This is our ways. I've called it the sort of connecting histories for dummies, in a sense that these guys are doing everything. We just get these beautiful data platforms and visualization, and so we could just work with the data, but the data is all arranged in the back end. I want to thank, obviously, Daniel and Philip for Cinema Belgica, but also Åsa Hjernert for the Swedish cinema project, because they have sort of lended or donated some of the data to show you what can be done when you try and put together 3 different projects and 3 different data sets for some of the queries that we're going to demonstrate. Lisa will talk you through some of the actual practicalities, what that involves if you think that you want to join the Cinema Histories project, and she'll sort of get into sort of what are the challenges in a way, but also the very simple ways of preparing your data for that. And then Liz, after Liz, Pierluigi, who is it's a joint effort. He's terrified by this, but we'll do a practical exercise if you want to, if you've got computers, and we're going to try and test Cinema Belgica and Swedish data and ECA's data in the cinema histories, and then we'll do a couple of more exercises with the ECA project. That's the plan. It could all be messed up. If you decide that you want to do something else and we get into a discussion, please do so. Matt will be the one that will have all the answers, because he started as being the digital archive developer, and he turned to be the super expert of cinema histories. So he now knows film titles, programming patterns, and he just comes up with some incredible findings every time we meet up. So I'm just going to leave it to Philip for the Cinema Belgica.
Thank you, Daniela. I need to get my PowerPoint. This one, yes. So very happy to be here again on stage to present very briefly the Cinema Belgia project, of which Daniel is the PI. For some of you, this might be kind of a flashback to the HoMER conference of last year. For some of you, it will be new, I hope. Anyway, so the platform we are going to present is the result of a project, and it is now fully online, accessible, etc. There are still some features that need to be developed, but anyway, we're very happy to already have Cinema Belgia up and running, and we'll work with it later. So the background is that we were thinking about an infrastructure project, and the colleague you see here in the photo is one of the stars, as Daniel mentioned in the closing session, is the late Karel Dibbets, who inspired us immensely with his Dutch cinema context platform, Cinema Context, which has been like the pioneering project, the inspiration, and also very practical, the building block or the building stones for our own model. You see that it is an interdisciplinary, inter-university, international project. Julia Noordegraaf, one of the co-investigators, is present here as well. Further, we have Dries Moreels from the University Library, Sylvia van Petegem, who was the director of the University Library Ghent, Christopher Bruggen, who is one of the main actors of digital humanities in Ghent and in Belgium, and of course a range of researchers and also IT experts. So I don't need to explain this to you, but just to make sure that there is no mistake or that there is no misunderstanding, it's not just numbers and names for us. This project, this infrastructure project, is fully part of and inspired by New Cinema History. Because, and going back to the remark on the infrastructure, it might appear strange when there is a call for infrastructure funding that you apply as a scholar from social sciences, from humanities, to build a database. But this is exactly what we did, and it is not exceptional for people from social sciences or humanities to do this. So just a practical advice, if you see these kinds of calls, you can use them. I mean, if it's possible, but for us, it was kind of a dream project we had been thinking about for years. And we finally got the funding, although we have to say we asked for 650,000 euros and we only got like 250,000. So we had to downsize a bit. But anyway, you're familiar with the the philosophy, decentering the text, focusing on the audience, focusing on the spatial dimensions, interdisciplinary work, an ethos of sharing, open access, open source, and these are all the dimensions that inspired our work. And then, of course, there are the numbers and the names and all the databases Daniel and I had been building over all these years, and databases just meaning simple Excel files with an immense amount of data in it. So this is an overview of all the databases in different projects, most of them funded, because it's a lot of dirty work, it's a lot of boring work sometimes, but you're all familiar with that, I think. So film control, censorship, cinema exhibition, cinema programming, box office data, and then of course the ideal scenario of enriching these data. We were very honored and to be able to use the data model of Cinema Context. Also thanks to Julia and her team. And also, of course, Daniela will probably comment on this. This also allows us to communicate with the ECA and project and other projects. So it is an effort to, it was of course great, but it was an opportunity to be able to connect projects. Of course, there were databases that went back for 15 years, some of them made by students under the supervision of teaching and research assistants, some of them made by PhD students, some of them messed up by us. By us, I mean Daniel and myself. So there was a lot of cleaning work to do. And then after that was done, the 14 data sets were uniformized, made uniform, and of course we had a lot of work on identifying Dutch language titles to matching these titles with the original films and the original titles. In the closing session, it was we talked about translation and language. Well, this is a very practical aspect of very basic aspect of this kind of issues. And here you see an example of such a database. So what's the result? What do we have now? We have 6 types of data in a relational database. We have films. We have programming meaning not one film, but a program of films that was shown on a particular day. We have cinemas. We have people. We have companies, and companies and people, of course, are also very connected. And we have censorship or control data. We in the workshop that Julia and her colleagues gave, there was it was mentioned that it's very important to have a unique identifier. So we try to do this, and we try to link up, also, for instance, the films with the IMDb number, also with the Wikidata, and trying to make the information as accessible as possible. And you are immediately noticing that I'm not using the technical jargon because I have no clue about that. We had fantastic IT people who did that job for us. What can you do with Cinema Belgica? You can use it as an encyclopedia. You could say, yeah, go to IMDb. No, but what you can do is you can go to Cinema Belgica, and you can also go from there to IMDb. But you will find more information that is not provided on IMDb in the database. For instance, where was this film shown and when? Cinema Belgica, as the name says, it is about Belgium, basically. Yeah? So you will find screening data and all kinds of data, censorship data on Belgium. How did we get this material? We had the databases, but the databases are built on mainly newspaper information, either digitized, digitally accessible, or not. Yeah? In the first phases, it was all manual labor. In the later phases, you will see we can go back to the original digitized source. This is like encyclopedia. Second use is where you use it for scholarly purposes. For instance, here you have YT, De Witte, legendary, the first long fiction film in Dutch, made in Belgium, based on a classical novel, important in the construction of the artificial cultural identity of Flanders. So what kinds of information you can find? You can find where this film was shown, in which cinemas, in which cities, at what point in time. And then, for instance, another kind of research is not starting from one particular film and then going to the wider image, but is starting from the wider image, which is the database of cinemas in Belgium and Flanders, and then going into detail. You know? For instance, Vooruit is the cultural temple of the Socialist Party, or was built with such purpose, and was also screening films. So you find a lot of information. And then you can also look at which people were active in Vooruit. Yeah? Who were the people behind the institution? And here, for instance, you have the reopening of Cinema Vooruit, Friday, 1st of November, with The Thief of Baghdad. This is the link to the original image. The third use, next more complex step, is data extraction, where you can limit your scope. You can play with the years. You can, for instance, ask for films between this year and that year, or of one particular year. You can select on directors, distributors, production companies, countries. So a lot of combinations possible. To make this huge amount of data a bit more accessible and a bit more attractive to for users, we had specialists writing. It's okay. It's not in this building? Okay. I have an anecdote, but that's more for the reception. So we have experts that have written stories based on the data, yeah, to make the data come alive. And they are long reads, speaking in a virtual context, yeah. So they are both directed towards generally interested audiences, cinephiles, but also researchers. Yeah? These are some examples of stories. There are more on there. For instance, comparing cinema going in Belgium and the Netherlands in a collaboration with Julia and her team. The curious case of cinema in Oost-Belgium, and Oost-Belgium is the very small part of our very small country where they speak, where German is the only official language. There's also a piece by Daniel, How Hollywood Conquered Belgium After World War I. So it's a story and also kind of a manual to use the data to make a story. Yeah? This is the timeline. The closed beta version was launched in 2020. We had narratives released at the end of 2020. The start of 21, we started working on the enrichment of data, working with other institutions, archival institutions, like, for instance, CADOC, the Archive of the Catholic Movement, where they have, for instance, databases of film reviews. Yeah? So if you have one film, they have a whole list of digitized newspaper and magazine reviews. Yeah? And very interesting source if you want to work on reception, press reception. At this moment in time, Cinema Belgica is open. You can access it, but we are still working. This means our IT people are still working on the editing environment. And we are still planning an official closing event of the project and launching, or it will be then by then the third launching, I think, of Cinema Belgica before the end of 2020.
Oh, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to start with the cities. So these are the cities that are currently in the European Cinema Audiences project. And I'll go through some of these data sets, and then I'll show you some of the visualizations. So if you click on any given city, things will happen. So you have a summary, a snapshot of all the data related to that specific city. So you have information about weekly screenings with details. If you hover over the data, you have information about the films, the cinemas, people involved, and then some more details. Some of this data is searchable, so you could click and go in more details. So some is not, just because you will be able to do that through some of the other tabs. And this for us, it was a really good starting point to have a sense and a sort of a picture of each city and what the situation was for the city. So if we move to the cinemas, each of those other pages have some tabs on the left, which you will be able to select and sort of filter for some of the data. And these are the cinemas. As you can see, we got a total of 232 across the whole data set. You could select a specific, or you could go through some information about location or cinema type. I'm going to pick the open air ones. I don't know why. I think they are sort of quite topical. Have I done that? Yeah. And if you look at that, then you get into the details of the individual cinemas. You will realize that they're predominantly in Bari. I think there's one or a couple or a couple in Brno. I think a couple in Brno. You have the opportunity to actually, if you get into, maybe this is not a really good example, sorry. If you get into one of the cinemas, you are able to get the details of the screenings, you get the location in a given city, you have a sort of all the information about that particular cinema, the rank. We talked about, Pierre talked extensively about the rank. There are information that are more technical one about the project, like the price processing and the cinema status index, which really helped us to determine the cinema weight of the cinema. But then you have all the summaries of the cinemas, and in some cases, maybe I haven't picked the right one. You have the films that were screened and the number of screenings in any given cinema, together with some of them images about the cinema. This snapshot and the information about turnover data, for example, and number of screenings, and whether some of these cinemas presented, let's say, some of the top 20 films were really important data for us, because they really gave us a sense when we were trying to profile any given cinema in any of the city before doing the actual comparison. I was really trying to, you can obviously, let's see if it does work. Yeah, so you can search if you know the name of the cinema already. I was trying to find some, yes, and obviously you will be able to find pictures if the pictures are available on any of the cinemas. These were the pictures that were not donated, this is the wrong word, they were not donated, they were, what's the word? Stolen, but from, that we stole from, this is not recorded, is it? From our partners, from the archives, from the Milky Way. They were stolen from the Milky Way. That's right, correct. Okay. Sorry, I'm aware of time because I think I really want to move on to. Okay, so this is the situation. We'll come back to cinemas obviously when we look at the maps. We have 18,000 films, and again. There's a lot of non-features, yes, absolutely, and some some that have not been identified, predominantly from Eastern Europe. But I mean, I'm not blaming anybody for that. Oh, I've written Blicifete with 3 T's, so that's so you could do a search. It is normally faster than this. Yeah, I don't even know why it shows like Matt, just come and help me on this. I need to put it in quote. You see all the things, the wonderful things that I forget. Okay, so you immediately understand where are the cities where you find the films, the film that you are interested in. Here you could see that film trajectory that John has been talking about. So you will know that it sorry, I forgot to say that obviously the data that we collected is data for 3 years. It's a sample of 51 to 53. So in these years, the film had a start in Ghent, and then gradually was at the same time in Bari and Ghent, and then moved to Leicester, to Brno, and Gothenburg, Leicester, back in Leicester again, and then Magdeburg. So you do have a real sense of where the film was screened, for how long, and those overlaps that for us are really, really important. You can obviously, with the option category, you can refine your searches. So perhaps you could have a look at films that were shown, sorry, trying to move this. Film that was shown in elite cinemas coming from Italy, and then you have your results directly there. I'm trying to think what else I need to show you. And obviously the cities, and then you can click back to the film if you're interested in a specific film. One really interesting functionality on the left side is the cities account, where you can immediately look at whether that film was shown in one city or in multiple cities of our data set. Obviously, this allows us to explore the programming in details together with the actual screening tab. Almost 200,000 records. Again, you do have the possibility, I don't really want to say too much here, but here, again, you have the possibility of filter the city, even the cinema name, the rank, and then go into details about specific films you want to look at. If you want to look at a specific production year, production country, number of production countries or exclusive one, I'm not even going into that. Genre, I did mention that the genre category obviously comes from us, not obviously, but this is our compromise from Internet Movie Database. And then one key is the censorship data that I think we discussed how in Cinema Belgica is a sort of a specific sort of dedicated area of the website where we inserted there, but it is sort of there, both state and church censorship. I'm not going to go into the details of people and companies. I mean, they are much smaller data sets. The system is exactly the same. and so you'll be able to explore that. I think that will be really, really good. I just want to look at the interviews, which is obviously for us a really important part of the European Cinema Audiences project. The interviews can be seen with this sort of as a gallery or in a list. And what the list offers is the actual video that you could play and listen to. But you also have the actual transcript, or in fact, the translation of the transcript, which is the one that we worked on, and then the codes. We did talk about in our presentation that all the interviews have been coded in the English translation, obviously. And so, if you're interested to look at a specific code, and you want to explore that and look at all the video interviews that have been coded under that specific node, in this case topographical memory, you will be able to do that. And the initial analysis that we sort of are beginning to do now is in fact done through these really, really useful functionalities. I also want to do something else, but I can't remember. Okay, yeah. So here you have the codes that you could use. You also have a more demographic data filter. So cities, if you want to explore a specific city from the data set, gender, age, education. I think Lisa said that we're really at a very early stage of this work, so we will refine. Yes, you're really worried about this because there's a bit of a mix, education, father deceased, so we shouldn't really be that, but family composition. But it's really, what I think is really important to see that once it's been refined, it will really allow for us to do some of those really interesting cross search about specific topics and some of these sort of demographic data that we have. I don't know whether I can oh well, it will happen. It is all a bit slow, and then we just have to, yeah. You could go into an interview and you get a sort of a bit of a summary about the participant that was interviewed. You have information about the codes, the nodes. You have the coded transcript, but you also have the original language. So obviously, if you speak one of the languages of the project, you are able to look directly, bearing in mind that the original is not coded, but you could still do key search, word key search in the original language. Yeah, so that is what we've got there. Okay, let me just move on to the visualization. I think Pierre showed you this one. That's the one. So this is a really good example of screening across the year and across the city. You could obviously see, for example, the peak of the open air cinema in the summer, a little bit of the presence of the similar category for Brno, and then you could see of a much steady flow of, for example, Ghent, different sort of visualization for Leicester and Magdeburg. Gosh, that's interesting. I haven't seen that one. So this is one of the example, but I've got one that I really want to see. Screening per year and city. I'm trying to find that. Compare. This one. I wanted to look at the screening by year and city. I don't know if it's this. Okay. So this is looking at genre and you can select the genre in, or you can select 2 separate genres and start comparing that across the year. You can select specific cities and perhaps compare 2 different sort of genre that you got there, and then you can also have a sense geographically at where those information where. So here you're looking at a specific cinema in Magdeburg, and you have an idea of how many screenings for a given genre those that specific cinema was offering versus some of the other in the 3 years. The 3 sort of circles are the 3 years of the project. So what else am I showing you? Production country by cinema rank. Sorry, I can't find it. This one, maybe. And again, this one is a way, for example, to look at, again, this is a snapshot to look at how specific country of origin was shown in any sort of cinema ranks of the database. You could look at what was happening in the elite, in the major, intermediate, and minor cinema, and then get some more detailed information about those specific sort of typologies of cinemas. The maps are again, you can filter by rank. You can filter by city, you can filter by cinema type. And you can actually, you can see information about those cinemas. You can get details about the cinema, the seating range, which is detailed according to color. And then you can actually navigate to any specific city and then look at that specific sort of cinemas in your selection. We have used, we have put the historical maps on top of the Google Maps so that we have a sense of what the maps were at the time. And then we have, and I'm just going to show you the top film one. In the top film, you can show films across all cities and look at the top films according to number of screenings, for example. And then I just want to show you one example of that. If I start from Samson and Delilah, you pick up, you start with any given city. I started from Gothenburg, and then this green tab will give you an indication that that specific film has also been shown in other of the cities of the project. So while here I am able to animate the map and look at that circulation of the film in that specific city, I can also compare immediately that geographical visualization with the other cities in the project. So you will look at what is happening for Samson and Delilah in Ghent, Gothenburg, Rotterdam, and all the others. And then you can go directly onto that specific city and that specific case. Top cinema will be equally the same. I don't think I need to sort of show you, but the principle is exactly the same, and you have the opportunity to select one city or to look more of the cities in the project. The digital archive is almost completed, I think. Can we say that? We're going to have an overarching search functionality, which I think will sort of allow search across. But I think you probably have seen that it's fairly easy to navigate. For us, it's sort of been worked to really make it as simple as possible and as intuitive as possible to allow sort of various entry into the data in a very simple manner. And this will really be the basis for the Cinema Histories archive that Mike will illustrate. Thank you. Are you able to stay with us? You don't need a break, do you? No. Come on, Mike and Matt. Trying to find you guys here. Yeah, well, yeah, I will. Oh, sorry. Did you have any questions? I forgot about. Yeah, this is a conversation, but you're not allowed to. Yes, so it currently isn't, but it will be very, very soon. Yes, absolutely everything. Everything. Yeah. Sorry, yes. Yes, this is precisely what Mike and Matt will talk about. Sorry, any more questions? Yeah. Yeah, we'd really like to say yes, but it isn't at the moment. But we will certainly. But I think we started working on some sort of help functions because some of the things are very clear to us and maybe just to some of those that collaborated to the project, but obviously not to others. So we are working with a little bit of sort of a legend of information and how we've done things. Yes. Too much fun. They need this all. So, but my question is, I had stuff, and since we have entries also data about non-film performances, like opera performances, Aida, for example, something that you have done also for other cities. I don't think we have. I don't think we have. Maybe I'm wrong. They weren't supposed to be. So thank you for pointing it out, because the whole point. I mean, we talked about that. I know it is. Yes, but it wasn't meant to be, because otherwise it would have been too big. Guys, can you just come here, please? You know, so you come and help me. Don't leave me on my own. Yes. Okay. So the European Cinema Audiences Project was funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council. Do you want to have an idea what the budget was? So the maximum for the standard research grant is £1 million. That was not for it wasn't for the data. It was not. but I'm not going to comment on that. But I'm talking about the overall project. So it's a 3-year project with researchers collecting the data with the 3 investigators and the involvement of Digital Humanities Institute. Sorry? 3 years. Yeah. This is we've been discussing the challenges of running a project where the archive is ready now. So we finished the project, but we haven't even started the analysis. We've done really tiny little bit. We just scratched the surface of the data that we collected, and so it's. I think that funding bodies will really have to revisit the way that is organized when there is a digital. But there's no shortcuts in collecting the data, cleaning it, uploading it, building an infrastructure of this kind.
Technically, I just thought technically we took a bit longer because we had an extension for the COVID. So in actual fact, it was slightly longer, which the extension allowed us to use and to work a bit more and use the funding for a slightly longer period. Just a technical. There is one.
Yeah, I think she had.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you'll hear in a yeah. As you can see, we're sharing the. But yeah, you.
Okay. Yes. There was a very long discussion between what exactly is a non-feature and what is a feature. In the end, we ended up with 60 minutes, which is like very artificial, but it was based on the way, especially in the East European countries, films were viewed as feature films or as programmed as non-feature. So everything now basically is cut in half. If it's more than 60 minutes, it's a feature. If it's less than 60 minutes, it's newsreels, shorts, Disney programs, things like that. That is why there are a lot of non-features in there as well. But this was also checked by the researchers to see if we didn't, if there's a movie of 58 minutes, that was actually viewed as a feature. So it was checked by the researchers. Yes, both of them are in. It's like it's the easiest checkbox to do feature or non-feature, but they're both in there. Yeah. I can repeat the question. Yeah. The question is whether we can incorporate other sources other than interviews or film programs, such as diaries, for instance.
We did it together for the Italian cinema audiences project. So there's a dedicated archive called Cine Ricordi that presented not only the interviews and the oral history, but also material that was donated by the participants, so private collections, but we haven't really done it. It wasn't sort of part of the remit of this specific project.
Kind of research within the archives for the researchers for each city. So on the one hand, we use their newspapers to get all the programming, or the majority of the cases all newspaper, I think. But together with that kind of research into the kind of regional archives, we came up with other material which we might be able then to put on. So not only, well, Lisa's found like loads of like posters, for example. So all kind of like materials that can be used to enrich really like the sources that we use.
When you are building your resume, sometimes you will find information about one column, but the other is and you cannot find enough information, and you want it to deal with that, like the not applicable issue. If you just get rid
or is
The second part of your question, if it's okay, I'm gonna ask Matt or Mike to answer that because I'm not very sure. But we kept everything as broad as possible. So even if there are categories that are only applicable for Brno or Gothenburg, like the best example is the open air cinemas. There were 8 open air cinemas in Bari. There were none in Ghent, Rotterdam, or Gothenburg. It's way too cold there anyway. But we kept it in there. If it affected the visualizations,
so I mean, the visualizations generally focus on the categories that were non-sparse, and so the data is there, and most things have a fallback of nothing, say. But there will be, if the data isn't there, it isn't there. So if you get the aggregation, the numbers will just be only match the categories that are there. So you probably will end up. I'm trying to think of a specific category you have. The visuals in general, it's just they are coded. That's the thing. If I guess I don't think it does show explicitly non. So if a film didn't have a genre, for example, coded, it just won't be surfaced. It doesn't have a no genre tag at the moment. If it's
okay, I think we go for it. You need to stop this.
Okay. Okay, over to me. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Mike Pidd. I'm Director of the Digital Humanities Institute at the University of Sheffield in the UK, as was. I don't know who I don't know, have we got a Prime Minister as we speak? I don't know.
Maybe a country, back.
I live in Scotland, so Boris was our best chance of independence. Okay, so I'm going to give an overview of Cinema Histories, this new platform. Everything I'm going to talk about, our end game, our end goal is what you've seen in Eka, that type of functionality and those types of rich features. I'm going to give an overview of Cinema Histories, and then Matt is going to give you a quick demo, a quick demonstration of the demo, and then Lisa's going to talk to you about and show you how data would be added into Cinema Histories. So what is Cinema Histories? Okay, so it's an online platform that's going to federate historical cinema data from multiple projects. Okay, so it's quite ambitious. And the aim is to create a single place for searching, viewing, analyzing, mapping, and downloading source data. So the point is that there's lots of there's lots of cinema data-driven cinema and cinema audience projects out there. We seem to have been involved in a number of them. We keep being involved in these, and I think, wouldn't it be a good idea if there was just one place that we could pull all of this data together, and then to be able to allow people to do things with the data, with their own data, with the people's data, but also to then to have a place where we can then push the data out to other points of access, whether that's a straightforward data download service, whether it's an API, or whether it's being able to push data into a HPC environment so that you can use other types of tools, etc. So that's the plan, whilst also maintaining the integrity of each individual data source on that project, because this is about federation of data. Federation of data, individual data sets tend to have been created in response to specific research questions or specific research parameters. They encapsulate the vision of the project team, and so it's important that we preserve that as well as the federation aspect. And we're looking to develop a critical mass of data for the research community, just like one place where you can go and you can have access to all of this data, and you can do things on our platform, or you can pull the data to somewhere else to do things with it with your own tools. So what will its main features be? Well, as I say, overall, the end game is for it to be as is for it to be. Is that your accountant that keeps ringing? That's the HRC wanting to give you more money. As I say, the end game is the end goal is for it to be as feature rich as HoMER, but the platform will have two main parts. There will be the Cinema Histories website, which will allow users to search, view, visualize, map, and download multiple data sets from multiple projects simultaneously. So that's the federated aspect, one place where you can go and you can search across all of these different data sets, and you'll be able to plot them on maps simultaneously and visualize them all simultaneously. So that's the first part of the solution. The second part of the solution is what I tend to call microsites as an internal word. But with this, optionally, each project that contributes to the Cinema Histories website will be able to have their data presented separately in their own branded website. So what we're talking about is taking data that projects or organizations have produced, putting them into one repository, and then from that repository we can spin out the federated platform, but we can also spin out individual websites, so that if you are I don't know, the Sheffield, the Yorkshire Cinema Audiences project, you could put data into Cinema Histories. It will be searchable alongside and mappable alongside HoMER and Cinema Belgica, etc. But also we could have our own Yorkshire Cinema Audiences project website that would have the same functionality as the HoMER website. This is basically about just reusing, reusing and representing the same data. So, can I contribute data to Cinema Histories? Well, I should just say at the end of this, at the end of my introduction, I'm going to be asking you for money. Okay. So the point behind this is everybody always says, but how much, how much does it cost, etc. But so for the purposes of this talk and this initiative, I've actually put the money at the end, so you'll see that. So if you're collecting cinema data, but you don't have a website to present it in, so you might be focused on the collecting, but you don't, for example, have access to the types of technical expertise in order to be able to deliver that to the public, you can include your data in the Cinema Histories platform, and you can have your own branded website that we will spin out with your own logo, etc., and your own design and your own URL or domain name. If you're collecting cinema data and you already have a website, you can include your data in the Cinema Histories platform, and we can also direct users to your own site. So it's also a way of like promoting your own site. The idea that we can brand and market more effectively by through federation. So what data can be included in Cinema Histories? Any data that describes the characteristics of cinema venues, their programs and audiences, as will be demonstrated by Lise shortly. Any geographical location or historical time period. And as we say here, we're assuming that medieval cinema audience data will not be included. That is right, isn't it? No, I'm joking. Any size in terms of number of records, etc. We're not limited by size either. What if I have other types of data? I'm thinking of things like the interviews, for example, and the user contributed data that you mentioned. So we're going to restrict the type, categories, and format of data to ensure consistency across the federated interface for the mapping and the visualizations, etc., etc. However, we can also accept these other types of data into the platform. It's just that these other types of data will be pushed out to your own branded site. So here we go. For example, interviews with searchable transcripts, historical maps, etc. So how will data be uploaded to Cinema Histories? So briefly, because I don't want to step on users' toes, but it will basically be done by providing us with the data in spreadsheet format. And this is a standard spreadsheet template, obviously, so that we can create that sort of rich, structured federation. How long will my data be accessible for? There's no time limit, no long-term hosting or maintenance costs, a single one-off fee. Okay, so in Sheffield, in the DHI, we host and maintain about, well, it's close to 90 public websites and information services and back-end systems, and we've been doing that since, I think our first ones are mid to late 1990s, and they're still online and people are still using them. Obviously, a bit like it's okay.
This is for the price list.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And so we're committed to hosting everything and maintaining everything that we do for a long time. Old Bailey Online, for example, which is quite a well-known one in history and genealogy circles, we've been hosting that since the early 2000s, and it gets about 7 million users a year. So, this stuff, we got.
Do you want to say why we'd rather do the Excel than research back?
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. So why would we, if you want to contribute data to this, why will we be giving you a spreadsheet to fill in with your data, and then basically you will send us your spreadsheet, and then we will upload the data to the system? Is this what you wanted me to address? This is really because of the I mean, anyone who's been involved in a data project will know the pitfalls of creating data, uploading data to a database, etc. And we don't want basically the time it would take us to rectify the mistakes and the inconsistencies that could be created by allowing people to have direct access to our platform to input your own data. It's actually quicker and more efficient for us to upload the data ourselves. So the process is that we give you a spreadsheet to fill in with your data. You send the spreadsheet back to us, and then we add it to the database, rather than giving you access to the database itself, because who knows what might happen there. So, okay, but is this going to be expensive? Well, fortunately, it's Black Friday and we've got a good sale on at the moment. We're competing with Amazon Prime. How much does it cost? There you go. So, add your cinema data to the federated search, £347, which, if you think about the declining value of UK sterling, is only about €15. Including a branded microsite using your cinema data, £347. These are not, I mean, we haven't sort of come up with a figure and then thought, let's add on some profit, etc. These are, this figure, £347, is the price of Matt for one day. Okay, and the HRC approves this. Okay, so this is a formulaed, publicly accessible price that we're using. So you have the information there, the optional extras, obviously. So this is just to give you an idea of where you have other types of data that you might want to have included, and we've given some indicative prices here, and then anything beyond these, as we say here, other features, talk to us. You know, if you want I don't know, a 3D virtual walkthrough visualization of, I don't know, 1950s Rome, then again we need to price that separately. So as just as an example, you know, to add your cinema to the federated search and then include a branded microsite using your cinema data, is that right? No, that isn't right. Those two features there, and to have the domain name for 10 years, I think that's right. Is that right? No, sorry. Yeah, it's the VAT. Sorry, my maths is off. For 1 and 2 together, with VAT, you're talking £833. So, you know, I don't know whether that sounds expensive to people or not, but obviously one of the things that you would gain from the platform is the fact that the development work has already been done. So you're capitalizing on the So to build the platform was and is much more expensive. You are capitalizing on that, and then as we do feature improvements over time and over the years, every single data set, every single project that has contributed will automatically have those features applied to their data, so you will benefit from that. So that's why we can do it so cheap, would be my view. So I'm going to pass over to Max now.
Just take any questions.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay.
So, yeah, there you go.
Okay. Hiya. Yeah, so I think this is what Liz will cover. I mean, the templates are designed so that we can construct the relational aspects. Is that right, Matt?
So yes, it is a relation. The back end is a MySQL database, and then it's got an Elasticsearch index that actually does all the front end aggregations, data generation, and the spreadsheet will consist of a tab for each entity type, and then it has a lookup using Excel's drop. So you enter all the films, and then when you get to screening, you select the film from the drop down list, and then that gets ingested and recreates relational database. So if you had existing MySQL database, you'll set already. You could write some SQL that exported a SQL statement for each tab, as it were, and do it that way.
What's the catalyst on that? Just like this afternoon.
Well, £347 is the price for 1 day. So that's £347 is the price for 1 day. So it will take 1 day. Well, I say it will take 1 day when we, it's that roll up. Yeah, obviously we have to schedule the work, but yeah, I mean it's because it will only because it's only taking 1 day, or you know, if you have these optional extras, it could be taking 2 or 3 days. In terms of how we workload our projects and our work within the DHI, it's very easy and straightforward for us to set aside that time to to add that data. So I would be expecting that as soon as the checks arrived, we would be. No, actually, we would be. Yeah, we invoice retrospectively, but yeah, it would be. I would expect it would be very reasonably quick, and then it's just sort of one day.
Yeah, sorry, Daniel.
So you still own the data, and this is true of a lot of the sites that we develop and host. So the ECHA data, for example, is the IP and copyright of Oxford Brookes and the other participating projects, and that's also why it's important, I think, to maintain the integrity of the data within the system as well, so that it is clear what the extent of that intellectual property is. What we tend to do with a lot of our resources is where it's preferred by the client, is we reinforce all of this with a hosting agreement, and that's basically like a content license, and that basically sets out clearly and legally that you still own the data, and it also sets out what we can and what we can't, will and won't do with your data. Yeah, so it's the so the platform itself remains the IP, because the individual websites are spun out from the platform. We can't do. I don't think we can do what we normally do with our project. So with ECHA, for example, if Daniela decided that Sheffield are a waste of, I'm annoyed with Sheffield, or Sheffield closes down for some reason, as far as we're concerned, Danielle is able to take the data back and all the code, the entire site, and arrange for somebody else, some other organization or company to host it. With cinema histories, it's more complicated. We can't really do that for the code, because the code base is being generated on the fly from this federated platform. So we want to be including sort of full citation information. I mean, just to sort of very quickly give you an example of some of the sort of things we do. Here we go. For example, this is what we call the DHI data service, and what we're doing here is we're progressively making our entire repository of data from all our projects from 30 years publicly available for download. And so if you here's a cinema audiences project. So this one, for example, this is a typical example. You can download the complete data in zip files, and you've got all the information here, including the license and the citation and recognition of the owner. So we'll be implementing all of that within the Cinema Histories platform. Okay. Yeah, it's in it's in the contract. I mean, if somebody, we've had this happen. We've had this happen before, where I mean, just to give you, yeah, if a commercial organization comes to us and says we'd like to use this data, then the first thing I would do is I would get on the telephone to you and say, there's a company that wants to use the data. How much do you want to allow them to do that? And how much do you want to charge them? And we had this recently with Amazon's Audible books. There was they wanted to pay to have Stephen Fry read out one sentence from the Old Bailey online, and we charged them £2,000 plus VAT. And they paid it. So we don't rule out commercial stuff, but we don't just go and sort of sell the data. We would always go to you and say, is this, someone who's expressed interest in the data? That's unless they contact you directly first place anyway. Yeah, so I mean, you'll see, you'll see this sort of one of the early demos soon, because it's because they're sites that are spun out. So if you think about it, is that if you pay £347, we put your data into the federated platform, so it's there and it's presented through there. But then it also spins out the micro site as well. The microsite will have, a standard design, but tweaked to represent some of the styling that you want to impose upon it, within reason. If you then decided that actually you want a site that looks radically different, then obviously we would say, oh well, actually that would require us to actually, do some coding and etc. So we'd have to talk to you about money. Some of your data sets are problematic. Well, hopefully you'll never give us those data sets. So, I mean, obviously one of the advantages of hopefully one of the advantages of a federated platform as well is that everybody is eventually using the same taxonomies as well. So there's that kind of benefit. But we have, I mean, number D on here, the ability to upload new or revised data to the system, which is something we would expect a project to want to do frequently. So there's that aspect to it. Ultimately, in terms of the quality of the data, that's over to you. I mean, we have to ensure that the data works functionally, and doesn't create problems and inconsistencies and bugs, etc. within the system, which is the reason why we're going for the Excel template approach, so that we can basically check all of that as we put the data in. But in terms of like editorial control, that type of quality, that's essentially down to the people providing the data, and I guess to Daniela and Liz and their team. Ooh. So you mean the so you mean the interface of the I guess we've not factored that in just yet, have we? Okay.
Yes, but
yes, yeah, it's something we would have to build. It's probably it's probably going to come under the optional extra thing. Yeah. I mean, I mean,
okay, Julia and Dante.
yeah. So again, so that's sort of D Yeah, so that's number D there in the pricing. So yeah, you have to you send us the data again, and I think we'll probably take the approach where you have to send us the whole data, and then we overwrite everything, because we know that people tend to say, "Oh, I've added 600 records," but also what they've really done is they've also edited all the other records that they've done, and
We can also send we can give you a copy of the data back as a spreadsheet
yeah,
to work from if you've lost it, want to start again.
yeah.
We've had exactly that. Jeff. Jeff.
So yes, there'll be per anything, right? So for ECHA, there was a different standard of source map. So I think for Barry, for example, there were 5 sheets that were pre-geocoded. No, they weren't geocoded, but they were a high quality mapping in the sense they were derived from the Italian military, and they had a grid on them. So in terms of georeferencing, you just needed to put 4 points on the grid lines that were already labeled down the side of the axis. That was quick. Whereas Ghent was like a street plan that had been scanned in, and it wasn't particularly sort of high quality mapping. So if you look at it, you'll see that it's all sort of stretched and warped and distorted. So that took more time because you have to go and start looking at street corners, look them up in the real world, just sort of click, point, So it's a case of yeah, there are sort of 3 steps, which is get the map and cut it into a tile if it's already pre-geocoded. So for the UK maps, they came from the survey, they were pre-geocoded sheets. So there was very little, it was just cut them straight into map tiles to put on the web. Then you had the Italian ones that were a light bit of referencing, and then you had Ghent, which was a lot of referencing. And that's where the price is per map. But if the map is made of several sheets, that's fine. And then there's 2 levels of georeferencing, basically, depending on where it comes from.
The standard mapping is included by default.
Yes, yes, Julia.
So there's no storage.
No, I mean, yeah, no, there isn't. I mean, we've been doing this. We've been doing this since, as I say, since the 19. We started doing this in 1992 in the early days of the web. So we have a good understanding of how much these things cost, etc. They have the data has a small footprint in terms of storage size. Even if you're talking about millions and millions of records, it's actually still a tiny amount of data by today's standards. And in terms of maintenance, I mean, well, 2 things. One, because of the way in which we build our sites now using standard frameworks, it makes them easier to maintain. But also, it's one of the advantages of the federated approach that we're just talking about one code base, whereas obviously, so it's kind of also trying to address that problem that is perhaps familiar to quite a lot of you, that within your own institutions or of projects that have created sites, and then the technical person has gone away or something, and the site needs updating, and there's no one there to do it, or there's no money, and so it just becomes defunct and is taken down. We kind of address all of that, but the cost to us is so small in return, and it's worth it in return for what we get in return in terms of research, reputation for our institution, etc. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's the same with all of it. It's like ECHA. I will be, when I'm talking to other people who might want to collaborate with the DHI on a funded project, you know, ECHA is the sort of project that I will be demonstrating to them to basically sell our wares when I set out our stores. So we gain in that way by being able to use the reputation of the product and the projects that have contributed to be able to secure further, you know, further research and work. Okay, so
yeah, shall we do that? And then maybe we'll have a break just after Matt has.
Whilst Matt to coordinate buttons. Whilst Matt is setting up, I just wanted to perhaps bring some good news, maybe. The reason we thought about cinema histories was, of course, to expand our idea of sharing the ECHA data and also allowing other projects, given that ECHA has benefited on many levels from the expertise of a lot of scholars from HoMER, and hence cinema history really give us the opportunity to use ECHA together with other projects. In that sense, we are looking as within the ECHA team to see how much funding we will be able to have available at the end of this conference and before we have to send the report back to the HRC. But I think there is a good possibility that within ECHA we will be able to allow for a budget for new projects, to pay for new projects to be uploaded to cinema histories, and therefore we will provide that information when we know exactly how much money we will have left on the ECHA, so that we can give to perhaps people that are doing research now, they have databases that are interested in uploading them and use the cinema histories to help them with the cost of doing that. As I said, it's something that we need to have like a clear figure, but it is a very, very strong possibility that we will have funding at the end of ECHA to allow others to do that and pay for them. So please stay tuned, and we will provide all the information when we have a much clearer idea. So hopefully that is a bit of good news.
Hi, I'm Matt Gross, also from the Digital Humanities Institute at Sheffield. So I'll give you a quick demo of where the Cinema Histories site is at. It's an early prototype. So a lot of it will look, but it will look familiar to that which you've seen from Daniela showing the ECHA, because it's the same functionality. At the moment, we've got this WordPress site as a sort of holding page that just explains the project. And you can see the 3 example projects we've got in it are listed here with a quick overview, and then you can go to project. Oh, sorry, is that better? Cool, right. So we've got the 3 sample sites listed here, and then we've got to go to project, which will open you up with microsites for each one. So here's the example for ECHA. So because this is a new project, it's easier to move them into one place because I've sort of simplified the data model that ECHA used for cinema histories. And so in terms of microsite and branding, this is the sort of thing you see. You get a custom logo, you get a sort of core image page and a selection of text. And that's about all you get. And so there's the Swedish one, and then Cinema Belgica. And then at the moment, I've recreated the core sort of cities, cinemas, films, and screenings. People and companies will come, and then so will the remaining features of visualization, maps, top films, and top cinemas. So it's all of ECHA except the interviews or histories part, which is that's a come and speak to us if you want to bring that in. in terms of functionality, it's very similar. And you get a list, you get some filters down the side. Just the new thing is you get project now as an extra filter. So, and then you get the same sort of summary that by screening. So here's Barry showing you that the films in Barry were shown in Barry. Again, cinemas similar as before. You can choose, I want to see the Odeon cinemas. You see there in Kent and Leicester. And in films, screenings. So the individual cities are they're all the same. So let's just go to Sweden instead. And here's the top film one. And you can, as before, it's the same sort of selection of choose a city, see the top films. So that's that bit. The one feature that the microsite code, because it's got its own data set, there isn't a danger of polluting. I think we touched on before of each set's data is in isolation, so it isn't going to corrupt or pollute another data set. So the Swedish cinema and everyday life isn't going to interfere with European cinema audits or Cinema Belgica in terms of the film metadata particularly. But it is used for coming up with the combined cinema histories project, which is so the bit that's probably the core interest is this search feature for cinema histories, where now you get a cross search through all the projects within cinema histories. So you have an extra tab for projects. Again, gives you the summary data. So what's probably more interesting if we go to say film, the core interest would be show me films that were shown in 1, 2, or 3 of the projects within the cinema histories. So if we hit for 3, because we know there's 3 projects here, we see these films were shown across all of the projects within cinema histories, of which it is not a surprise that it's gone with the wind. Yes. And so in terms of the data set here is for cinema histories, it will choose one film out of one film record out of the projects, which will so start again. For the film when it imports the data, it does basically doing it on title matching, title and year matching. So it takes the 3 projects at the moment we've got and will find the films. So say Gone with the Wind, it finds it across all 3 projects, picks one of them. At the moment I've chosen Echo because I'm being biased because that's our project. And so then when for the screening data from the other projects, they get linked against the single film entity so that you can do this cross comparison. And this is something we can build upon as it goes, is to build a more comprehensive film list. And maybe in time you can go, we ask you to fill in this spreadsheet with all this film metadata. Well, here's a templated spreadsheet with all the films we already know about filled in for you. So you don't need to do that. So the big one would be, so we go to the big sort of comparative one when it loads, because it's a little slow. It says, no, it's slow. Isn't it? So it's a combination of, depending on what metadata is provided, it'll either be IMDb as a priority, then film title and year, and then it would fall back to film title. Yeah, yes, and then it's a case of its original title, so that's part of the data input stage in this. Yeah, when you're populating the spreadsheet for import, is insisting on good sort of data management by picking original title. This doesn't seem to work, so I will think Marco. So,
I think the most important thing is that release dates, for instance, we don't really use because we actually ask for screening dates in specific cities. So the only errors we've encountered that are main issues are production dates. Sometimes they vary for about a year, but then in the bigger picture, it doesn't really matter if it's produced in 51 or in 52. We haven't had that issue for, I think it was 1 or 2 films out of the 8,000 films that we have. The bigger issue, but I'll talk about that briefly later, is genre, which is like a headache in IMDb. But this has been very instructional for us, is to work with the Eastern European cities because they have a lot of films that are not in IMDb. And sometimes we've even asked them to be editors for IMDb so that they can import their own data in there. But this has been a very, very long discussion, and it's picking the lesser evil, I think, in some cases. So, yes. We're going to have a little break and then we'll come back here.
Okay, I think we are gonna start again, especially because we don't want this to become like a day and a half kind of workshop. I think you had enough information, but we're gonna enough of us, which is obviously understandable. What we're gonna do next, we slightly change the original plan, as you know, is the Milky Way approach, I guess. Daniel, Lise will then provide you information now on the data set, the uploading side of cinema histories, and then instead of me showing you and asking questions about the cinema histories, we're going to open to more questions from you that you might have. My presentation at the end was just literally just showing you, asking some questions to the database and showing you what are the possible, the potential kind of like analysis that you can do. But please use as much as you can cinema histories and the ECHA website to learn the kind of possibilities, and also to give us feedback as well, which we will really, really like. Daniela is.
And just make sure that you join us at the Terrazza Borromini from 6 o'clock. This is a story I wasn't going to share with everybody else, but hey, right. Yeah, there was a story behind that payment, but I might say that after a few drinks.
Please.
You are much cheaper than that.
Okay. So I'm going to quickly run you through the template. Why are we including this in the presentation? Because we want to be very clear about how simple the data can be, how you need to clean it, just to make sure that our lovely guys from DHI do not need to email you back saying this is not working. So this is a very quick first introduction into the template to show you what kind of data we would need for it to talk to the other kinds of data, what data is extra that you can put in there, and what you can expect your data to do if you have uploaded it. Okay, so if you go to the website, you can find this very simple tab that says upload your data, and you can download the CH template. If you actually do that, then you come to a data set that's the Excel file. And the first tab that you see in the Excel file is called Cinema. Now, just a very brief anecdote. It's a bit humbling to sit here. It's been 17 years since I went to my very first HoMER conference, where Karel actually explained these building blocks for the very first time. So it's kind of weird to end this HoMER conference doing almost exactly the same thing 17 years later. So the data that we need in the tab first is the data on the venues themselves. The very name is simply the standard name that you have for your venue. The type is the very first time that you're going to use the lists, which is like the last tab of the Excel file. And in the lists, there's a couple of lists that you can use that you need to identify or use exactly those words to identify certain categories. This is a bit an interactive presentation. If I say anything wrong, either one of them is going to start shouting. So for instance, here, the types of venues are simply cinema, cinema theater. In the case of Bari, we had a lot of double functionalities, or open air cinema. The run is any information you have available. For now, we leave this field quite open. It is impossible to do a comparative analysis on first, second, or third run venues. This has been a discussion of several months, but it is not possible. So we leave that open at the moment for any kind of information that you might have. Other information we definitely need is the exact, sorry for the typo, number of seats. And then you have seating range. Again, this is a list, and you can use your exact seating number to list them in a range under 300 seats, from 300, etc., to over 1,500 seats. The dates that we need for the venue are the opening and the closing dates. This is also for change of names. This is really an important one. So if your venue changes management or changes name, that actually is a closing date for that venue. So you input it a second time with an opening day after the new management or the new name. Other data that we need that can identify the venues are the street name. Use the original name if it has been changed. In the case of Ghent, a lot of street names don't exist anymore. Or you need to input the new name in an extra field that says extra. The latitude and longitude exactly of your venue location and city area. If your venue changes location but keeps the same name, again, this is a new venue. So you give it a new name with a new opening date. City area, this is simply if you have any information concerning the name of the district, for instance, where your venue is located. Another tab is location. Again, you have a list that you can use here that has to do with the fact if you are able to group your venues either in center, district, or suburbs. If that is known or not, you can use that categorization. Optional data is, as I said, any data concerning the run or, for instance, names of managers. At the moment, you can standardize them, but we haven't done much with that in European cinema audiences yet, so we keep that as optional at the moment. The next tab is company and person, which is a little bit the same data that we need to compare. Namely, you have to have the name and, if possibility, the identification in IMDb when it comes to names of directors or names of actors. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing for persons. If you have actors or directors, the companies is the distribution and the production companies. For the tab film, so all this is like the very first set of data that you put in there before you do the screenings, because you need to pick the data that you put in these lists first before you can actually input the screening data. For films, the data that we actually need to compare is category. Again, this is the list, is what I just explained. The difference between a feature and a non-feature is a 60-minute limit. If there are issues with that, of course, this is a very artificial categorization. I'm guessing we can talk about extra features. If, for instance, you want to talk about newsreels or you only have a data set of newsreels, we might want to have an extra category in there. The IMDb title is the title, the original IMDb title that you need. I'm just going over the main basic categories. There are a bunch of categories that these people put in there to put extra information in there, such as alternative film titles, extra information on film titles on IMDb, translations. It's all in there. But these are like the basic ones that we actually need for the data to talk to the other data. Same as the year of production is a very important one. And then one that took a lot of cleaning is country. The production countries, for which we also created a list, and you can add up to 6 production countries in co-production situations. IMDb, we always talk about what identify your films through IMDb. How are we doing that? To use the IMDb numbers. What are IMDb numbers? Again, we have a theme here. It's always Gone with Wind. This is the IMDb number. So the TT that you can find behind the URL of IMDb, that is our identification code for IMDb. Anything that comes out of the data set, whether it's a person, a production company, or a movie. Optional data that we have for film, as I have discussed before, is genre. We did use this for European cinema audiences, but in other instances, in other projects, this is an entire domain of study that we don't want to put this very artificial simplification on. So we keep it optional. You can input it, but probably with a disclaimer of where you got your information. The data that you use from other tabs concerning the film are the things that you have already put in in the person tab or in the company tab. So if you input the data of your film concerning actors that are in there, the director, distribution company, if you have a production company, these need to come from the tabs before. So this is what we said, that if you put Kevin Costner or whatever in there, you first put them in persons before you, and then you can use that in the other tab for the films. And then the important one, which is probably your base set, is the screenings. The data we need to compare, first of all, is a date, of course, of the screening. All data sets, I'm not sure about the Swedish one, but I think all data sets are daily sets, so not weekly sets. It's not, thank you. So it's Monday, Tuesday, Friday. They're all different, different inputs. Yes, Matt.
So I came across this week. So for Cinema Belgica, they gave me weekly data sets. So I set a flag in my import stream. It just iterates through the it counts it 7 days. So you can put it in weekly or you can put it in daily, but don't mix and match and just tell us when you set the date.
Okay, thank you.
Well, do it daily.
Do it daily. If you give us a weekly data set, we assume it's a screening Monday through Sunday. If you say it's half weekly, we'll probably get back to you and ask you which half of the week, and then say if it's either Monday through Wednesday or Thursday through Sunday. Go ahead, John. Okay.
Was changing the programming 3 times a week, so no, you had that. So.
While Barry was chaos.
Okay. Then the cinema name, or the name of the venue, of course, which you have to have had in your tab cinema already. The film that is being screened, you should have had that in your list of films already. And then any of the optional data that you need for the screenings are censorship data, if you have that, which we have for some of the case studies, not all of them, but which did allow us to have a very long discussion about trying to categorize these screenings. And we ended up, I'm not going to list them all up here, but we do have a list for censorship categories for state and for church. So we looked across the data sets that we had, and we tried to find age limits, and then you can mix your, or you can categorize your own censorship data into these more international data sets. But we kept this optional, simply because we still need a lot of discussion about this, and not everybody has censorship data. Voila. That was my very brief explanation about the basic needs you would need for screening data to be uploaded into Cinema Histories. Questions?
So once you've entered your cinemas in one tab, there's like one worksheet on, and then yes, you've got some you've got a worksheet for the cinema, worksheet for the company's people, films. So you've entered those things in. So then you get to the screening sheet. So there's a column for the date, type that in, and then when you go to cinema, it's a drop-down list that Excel will generate from the other tab, and then you select which one you want. And then you do the same for film. And then in the film tab, if you're adding people or companies, it's the same, again, same sort of process. So someone says, how good are you at Excel? If you can use VLOOKUP and can sort of create in batch, maybe in another sheet or another tab, and then copy and paste it in, that will work, because all it's doing is, as you enter in one list, so you're entering the cinema name or the film names, there's a final column at the end, which I've called slug, where it just tries to slugify a couple of things to make a human, but still including the ID number for the row. So if you can generate that yourself using VLOOKUP, or however else you like to use Excel, then that would work, and you can paste it in over the top.
And another question.
Sorry.
Now, if you talk about co-production, one is
so the idea in the sheet, there is like country 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They will be sorted. The order will be saved in the data set, so they will be sorted in the. Yeah, 1 will come first and 6 will come last. So I guess it's.
I mean, if you are going to show, you have the film entered several times, right? So eventually different information on the same, right? So is there one final choice? So if someone, for example, directed that production year of this film, I 7 should actually see something for the sheet. So when you upload it, it has this ID has 36, I 37, and another day it's 37.
So it's not going to be perfect, but I guess in your microsite, it will be what you've entered in the sheet. So if you've entered an IMDb number, but you put a different year to what IMDb thinks, you will still get your year. However, in the federated version, there will be some logic that will decide which film out of all the which variant of the film record library it picks. So
that's my question.
To an extent, it's going to be. At the moment, I've just picked Eka as the first because I'm biased because it's our project. But there is some work that will have to revolve in the background on how the federated version works, of how we do the record linkage type, or the sort of decision of which one to choose. Do you try and augment it by going, oh well, Project X has put these fields in, but not those, but Project Y has put those fields in, so should we combine them? So there is a bit of a work in progress.
Is that described?
It's not described yet, no, because it's early days.
I think we should give advice to kids having fun for the best data sets.
Yes.
And also price for the worst.
The punishment. The punishment.
£375. Purpose station. Spaces. You do about two problems. Spacing between words and arguments. Do you expect data set to be properly spaced? If so, what is that spacing required?
Well, I would not to have spacing like trailing space or leading space. I mean, some of that could be automatically removed by just trimming it as it gets ingested. Similarly, I would expect a single space between words. Similarly, there's a naming convention of definite articles and things, which again, I guess we need to codify, but it's a broader question that's not really specific to the project, but it does need to be addressed.
The definite or the indefinite article goes at the end.
This is a question I would leave to the cinema expert?
It goes at the beginning because we use the IMDb version of citing a film title. Yeah, writing a manual and instructions is yeah a big to do. You don't need to adapt anything. The Excel file leaves a lot of space for different and alternate film titles that they use to identify if it hasn't been identified through IMDb, for instance. To give you a really good example, we worked with people. If you take Panzerkrauser Potemkin, for instance, if it's been screened in Brno, it will be listed. If Theresia accessed the IMDb data set in Brno, it's listed under this Russian title. If I accessed IMDb, it's listed under the English title. So we had discussions about that as well. So we ended up having the original English IMDb title as like the basis, but then leave a lot of spacing for either Russian titles or Czech titles or any other languages. And these I think are searchable as well, but I'm not very sure.
They should be.
They should be. And about spelling, what exactly do you mean? No, because you have the address and the location of the venues inputted as well, and latitude and longitude, so that should be okay. But I think to answer your question, I have venues that are listed, the same venues in Ghent that are listed under 5 different names, 5 different spellings, that had nothing to do with change of management or change of name, so it's just the sources. You want to keep that original data, but as a researcher, you can standardize the name a little bit, so you know at least it's about the same venue. And they should have the same latitude and longitude and street names and location names and country names anyway, so they can be located. Yes, but they're not listed as different venues. They're only listed as different venues with opening and closing dates if they specifically changed management, changed location, shut down for 2 years or something like that. Does that answer your question, or more or less? Okay. In names, do you mean like names of managers or of actors or other? Yeah, I think this is a discussion we've had the past 3 years. To do comparison, you need to, yeah, you need to have a little bit flexibility in retaining your extreme data set yourself and keeping it a little bit open and flexible for um, comparison, by which I mean is that you do need a little form of standardization in names if you know it's about the same person, and not have the data set have 8 different versions of Dziga Vertov, because then it'll see it as 8 different persons and then it can't do the comparative analysis on bigger sets of data. We've had to learn this as well. It's really difficult to let go of the original data and how it was spelled, and because that gives you a lot of information as well, of course. But I think in the end, if that is part of your research question, and if that's part of things you want to compare, that can go into the micro sites where you, as Mike said, can go back to original other classified data sets, I'm guessing. Well, yeah. Yeah.
This is a question for Matt because I've not asked him this yet. Sorry for putting you on the spot, Matt. But it just occurs to me that if there is somebody out there who's already got a data set that's similar to this, let's say it's got, say, I don't know, say 2,000 records, 10,000 records, and they don't have the time, the resource, or the confidence to transform that into our spreadsheet format, I'm assuming that subject to some payment agreement, we'd be willing to do that work for them. Yeah, data wrangling basically to basically put it into the format to take their source data in whatever their format is and then transform it into the format that we need in order to ingest it.
Yes, basically, I mean,
okay.
The only caveat is if it's really dirty or messy, is that it might need a bit of a conversation back and forth about what did you mean here or what did you want there.
You mean suggest an extra category to the data? Yes, we had that in Ghent as well. Architects aren't in our data set, but we in first instance, I would put them under persons, the architects themselves. But what you're asking is more the visualizations of, do you mean like the plans themselves, and see how that can be, that would probably come under extra options, other types of information. Talk to us, yes, because I want to be clear that what I explained here now is programming. So our data on the interviews, for instance, is not through this template. That's a whole different other set. So the question we had before, diaries, for instance, completely new set of data. Architectural plans, that's another question. All these extra kinds of information, that would be something that you can discuss with DHI, and they would come up with a number for you to see if that works for you. What we are presenting here is the European cinema audiences, the Swedish data, the Cinema Belgica, what data was needed for these three data sets to talk to each other. That's about it. But all of this is, of course, these are options, and this is what we are putting out there. This is what we are, where we are now. But hopefully, like in 4 years' time in HoMER, we'll present this for the interviews and say this is how the information you need for the interviews for them to connect and to talk to each other and to see through different interviews how Dziga Vertov was being talked about. We just briefly also wanted to say that we didn't open the floor for questions on Cinema Belgica, so we have about 5 more minutes, I think, if there are any questions.
Yeah, I go back to my earlier point, I guess, that hopefully this would be one of the advantages of federation, that we're able, it's about discovery for people. Obviously, we've got to get people to cinema histories, and obviously there are ways that we can do that to try and build an audience. But once we've got people there, it's a way of promoting all these other resources. But it's also the same going in the other direction, of course, because your microsite would basically be your website, that you can promote and advertise, market separately, but then through that be able to point people back to the Cinema Histories federated platform, and then you have the discovery thing.
That we can
one aspect of this that I'm very much interested in is to use the cinema histories for teaching. I mean, a lot of you are already working on data sets and teaching. I was teaching a module called film data, and my students use this, and I want to really start opening, because like using cinema histories and uses this kind of data really ask questions about sources. It asks questions how to use, how query sources, how make use for undergraduate students. So that's a side that I'm very much interested in. Potential. I mean, it will not create millions of clicks on this, but it will definitely be something that perhaps we can share, and it would be even. I know Daniela teaches a module on that as well, so it would be nice to see maybe workshops with other universities. Some of this has already been done, but I would really love to have more than that.
I mean, with quite a number of the projects in the DHI, we've kind of sort of learned over the years some of the tricks for developing audiences. So, for example, with this sort of material, local history societies, for example. I mean, we always cite the example of Old Bailey Online, which was, it was intended for historians of crime, but actually our massive audience became family historians, and they love it, and it's like a de facto site that they use. So it's trying to find. Obviously, there's feeding it through to teaching and research, etc. But it's also trying to find that sort of wider public audience that are going to be interested in this. I mean, Cine Ricordi, for example, which was very much sort of around sort of community and local history interest.
We're in the chaotic sort of space,
Do we want to put a date on it now?
for Matt. Matt on the spot.
First of all, Matt needs a holiday because he's not
3 days in Rome.
I know that sounds like a great holiday to you, but I think in terms of duration, he needs a holiday. It's an ongoing. I mean, it's a current project. We're working on improving it and revising it, and it's an ongoing project. In terms of the data ingestion part, we're also keen to alongside sort of continued iterative development of the site, we're also keen to take new data on board so that we can really work out any niggles in that side of the thing.
Jeff, and then
Wow. Yeah. Where would you end? I think this. I think this applies to data generally. Does more overall, doesn't it? Which is that with these types of platforms, you can't create a tool that does everything for everybody in every conceivable research question, every conceivable data. I think the key thing is them providing the facility for people to be able to pull the data down or pull the data into another environment so that they can then combine it with as you say, census records. So for example, in Sheffield, we're working with Glasgow and Manchester on an HRC project, which will hopefully develop an arts and humanities data infrastructure, which is something that we had in the 1990s, and the HRC closed it down. But and so the characteristics of that, for example, would be that a user could pull data from the Cinema Histories platform, spin up a HPC or cloud environment, combine it with some census data that they've been able to pull out of the service as well, maybe apply some interesting sort of data analysis tools to it. But I think the key thing is that we can't predict everything, so it's about making the data available so that it can be pulled into other environments and infrastructures to be used with other data sets and other tools. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, one approach to this, and again, I'm sort of go back to the Old Bailey example. I don't know if anyone's in the audience is aware of Old Bailey, but what we did with that project is we digitized all this data. We made it available on the Old Bailey website, and we created an API as well, and people could download the data, etc. But then the other thing that happened was that people took the data, combined it with other different types of data, and so Old Bailey kind of sits in the center of this kind of solar system with all these other sites around that do interesting things with the same data by combining it with other data. But I mean, the census is an interesting one, because in the UK, you cannot readily access historical census data. It is, and don't even get me onto this topic, but it is, it's completely different to the US, where my understanding is that it's quite rightly so, it's publicly accessible. Oh, oh, that has a black hole in the middle, doesn't it?
Precisely.
At the center. I mean, if you could collect historical dating data, and then you could see which films tend to result in longer lasting relationships. But obviously, yeah, where do you end? Wow, you're wanting a discount already, are you? I mean, obviously, there's nothing to stop you doing secret deals with other people in the room and putting all of your data into the same spreadsheet and then pretending it's one. It's like.
You were saying also, sorry, would like to perhaps like continue the conversation. If ECHA will allow them to have funding for paying for, I don't know how many we will see, but also continue the conversation in a workshop. Now we can do that very easily online, and to talk about how you put together data for on the spreadsheet, but also before we forget what we've done for this project, it's nice to pass that on. It's very fresh in our mind what we're doing now. It might not be in 2 years' time, and therefore it would be nice just to have that very fresh kind of like knowledge to continue and keep going.
Daniel, doesn't the Cinema Belgica data set have that with censorship dates? The national release of the films?
Are you suggesting providing us with your censorship? Sorry, census data to be. Yeah, so that would be providing some additional data fields that go on that then become, you can then interrogate alongside your other data on your own site, on the microsite. But if they're not fields in the federated version, then they wouldn't be, they wouldn't be comparable there. But you could, yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just come and talk to us. I think if you want to do the bespoke things with bespoke data on your own site, on the microsite, then it's a case of coming in and talking to us.
That's a very, very good question. Because I can actually think of a very concrete example in 77 in Ghent. A lot of these or a lot of the surrounding cities were merged into Ghent and were suburbs and not separate cities. So in the original data set, these venues wouldn't appear, but starting from 77, they would. Can we take this into consideration? This is a very excellent point because I'm thinking about what were the effects of that political decision on programming. In my mind, it wouldn't really, but then again, you would have the distinction between, for instance, district and suburb cinemas. But this is again a very artificial categorization that we don't yet use that often because suburbs and districts and lines they keep changing. And we can't do that for each city, and definitely not if we extend the timeline. If we're going from the 1930s up until the 90s, I think the categorization center, district, suburb will get lost in translation somewhere. But it's a very good point, yes. Yes, of course. But we do have the categorization of so something we call seating range. And you would need to change substantially to change category within them as well. But it's possible, of course, yes. But I think renovations anyhow, they close the cinemas, and then it would be a closing date anyway. So it's a new line for a new cinema. I think a very concrete example where we don't use closing dates is the renovations due to cinema scope. So they widen, and then they have less seats because they lose the 2 front seats. We didn't use opening and closing dates for that. So because the venues were only closed usually for 2 or 3 weeks only, so that venue remained as one venue. But I think if you're going more substantially, like adding extra screens and then duplicating then you would have a different cinema.
I've been asked to wrap up. I had a bit of pressure on the side. I'm sure we can carry on the discussion over a glass of something. Yeah? Thank you very much, guys.